Sorry about that, everybody. Uh, welcome on in. My name is CoinStamp. The programs were being a bit sluggish, so I decided while they, went and unslugged themselves like they actually did their work, I went ahead and got myself a drink and got all that other fun stuff taken care of. Since I'm behind on the 8-ball, I'm going to start by reading comments first. Don't see anything on YouTube. Welcome on in to both Mr. Jason and User 11. Welcome on in. Good to see the two of you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you both enjoy your stay. Thank you very much for the greetings. Yeah, the only reason you beat out the bots was the bots were being slow. That's all. Why don't we play the lovely camera minigame while I thank our lovely financial contributors or generous persons while we're here. If you guys want your names read off on these placards that I read at the start of every stream, do feel free to chuck money at me on Patreon or Coffee. Those are the easier, cheaper ways to do it. But you could also do that through Twitch. Coffee or Stream Elements donations of $2 or more also get your names on these placards. Yeah, it's mostly a spam prevention feature is what it is. That said, while I do not have any subscribers, patrons, or one-off contributors during this time, I would like to thank people who have donated or have otherwise used Patreon or Twitch in order to support me. But I would like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby, the player, for their Valkyrie, that is the $5 tier, membership. I do hope that you enjoy all the benefits that come along with that, good sir. But sincerely, thank you to everyone who has paid money in this year. Your support truly means the world. User 11 says, no, I'm just too fast. So you say. It's the important part. So welcome on in to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Last time we did quests. We started mapping out a lot of Korok seeds. We ended up around, I want to say, right around the Rutala River. That's more or less what we did. We went through the bay and some other areas, ultimately ending up about here-ish. Don't worry, I will definitely double check these. Other than that, we completed a couple of quests. We completed the Light Scale Trident, Crabulous Deal, the Moonlit Princess. We completed those three. Actually, yeah, it's just those three, now that I'm thinking on it. And now we only really have a couple of ones left to do in the area on top of other stuff we're already trying to do. We're going to knock out a couple of these while we continue to map out Korok seeds and other stuff. Our goal today is somewhere over in this region. Kind of over here. That's my goal today. If we can get to it, great. If not, it's not the end of the world. Truly, I do mean that. We're gonna start with the Jabu Ridge Fort, though. Go from there. Let me catch back up on chat here. Mr. Jason says you're back, Mr. Coin. Welcome back. Although not with tea yet. You're waiting for your dad to arrive so you can boil the kettle for more than one person. Makes sense. Makes sense. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, did you cut your hair if you don't mind my asking? I sure did. Let me swap over real quick. See? Yep. I did cut my hair. I went to a stylist and got that done. I feel really good about it, actually, all things considered. I was getting a mullet in the back, and I can't tell you how unsporting a mullet is. Yeah, I mentioned that I would probably be late yesterday, due to a possible haircut, but the haircut never materialized yesterday. Today we went super early, and then it never happened. User 11 says, do you really need 15 people if you're wanting to do that whole make me wear a hat for the entire stream thing? Yeah, you kind of need to do that. 15 accounts, I mean, technically, but I would prefer if you found 15 real people. I'm not gonna lie. Also, Twitch might, like, get, you know, find out that you're doing that and then, like, institute a shadow ban. I don't particularly think that's smart. I'm sure we can find 15 people that will agree to come in and, you know, chain together hat uses for you. It just might be a while. User 11 says, but what's the fun of that, right? You already got one you're messaging right now. Good luck. Mr. Jason says, my local barber nearly got ran over, Mr. Coin. It was quite the close shave. I see we're starting nice and early today on that. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Quine, I do believe that other accounts are found by Twitch. It could have some effects on you. Yes, I don't want people botting me, please, or like following me on multiple accounts. They could assume that I'm bot farming and would maybe even give me a ban for that. I just don't want to worry about that. Not that I think anyone would do that, just, you know, I have to view my current speech right now as you go to like a nurse or a doctor and they have to tell you certain things like, oh, have you smoked, did you smoke or drink any time recently? Even though you both likely know your answer is no, you didn't, they still have to ask. I still have to say it, even though I still have to warn against that, even though nobody is actually going to do that. That's pretty funny. I'm just gonna grab that real quick, and we're going to... This is the one time I'm gonna probably use my dwindling amount of puff shrooms on this. No, I do not want them to suspect anything. He certainly went out with a splash, eh, Mr. Coin? Too true that he did. Yeah, so we need to liberate this camp, is what's going on. User 11 says you're going to London tomorrow? Oh, that's nice. I know London is something of a tourist trap. There are lots of things for tourists in London to do. I hope that goes well for you. You know, I hope you find decent street food and, you know, and or like vendors to check out. You know, many exciting pubs. I know the pub scene in London is, you know, practically unheard of, like anywhere else. We're going to do this. And we'll need to switch up. And then we can probably use a spear here. Mr. Jason says maybe user 11 might find the legendary 15 other people in London. I mean, maybe. I mean, hey, as far as you're concerned, Mr. Jason, I mean, that's 15 more you know, Brits to talk to. Possibly. Maybe. That's 15 more people that would get your sense of humor and be able to talk tea or Hotel Chocolat with. Or, who knows, you might get the more, pub-going variant of, British person. User 11 says, you were unlucky. Your first one said no. No worries. Maybe I can make that a channel point, like, redemption, and people can save up for that. In fact, I should write that down. That could be, like, a goal that you guys work towards. Un momento, per favore. One second, good sir. It's not actually Portuguese, but I wouldn't be surprised if it were spoken the same way. Channel point goal for chat all stream question mark. Question mark. Gotta look into that later. Sorry, I'm 33. I'm getting to be a bit older these days.
So it begins.
Thank you for the check-in. I should say thank you for that, user 11. So that was actually Italian. Un momento is Italian for one moment. Per favore, now that I want to say it separately, I'm having issues. Per favore. Un momento, per favore. There we go. The latter half of that is for please. That's what that means. So maybe Portuguese and Italian have that particular phrase in common, or it's very, very close, but spelled differently. Yeah. It's the only bit of Italian that I could safely say that I know how to say. Because I've just said it so many times. But no, I have not learned any other languages since what, like 5 or 7 years ago? That's old Italian. And I'm sure not everyone says, you know, one moment please that way. I would definitely be the quaint foreigner who's like, why the heck is this chudlet speaking in, you know, formal language? Ew, why? Oh no, don't even think about that. Absolutely not. Enough. This spear has some pretty good heft to it. They say, oh, I'm not even gonna attempt to butcher that. I assume that's probably what that means is, you know, wait for just a moment or something like that. Like the less formal version of that statement would just drop the please. That's usually what's happening there. Ow. Stop. Get help. Mr. Jason says, I know that the 10 gifted if you could read it correctly. I can't. I'm just gonna tell you, you don't have to spend that money. I know I'm gonna butcher it. Mr. Jason says, I know that the amazing Aelin wouldn't say the per favore part. Yeah. Like, oh god. And, you know, I know one of the first things people like to learn in a language is to cuss, because it's funny. But I am of the mindset that not only does that not leave a good impression of foreigners coming to the motherland to learn the language, not only does it leave a bad impression of us, but also there are, quite frankly, better things to do with your time than learn how to cuss in a foreign language. In English, it's easy. You can quite literally yell and scream at someone, and it's like a form of cussing in some instances. You can do that in other languages. English is like one of the best ones for learning how to cuss someone out. Do you want me to give an attempt at it? Because I'm probably going to read it the American way, and you're going to hate every second of it. Sure. You were warned. Espera la uma beca fodas. Probably fodace? I'm not sure about that last one. I don't know if it's supposed to be read as one word, or like one syllable, or two syllables. There, yo. Well, hey, you wanted the American to read the non-English. There's no way I got that correct. Absolutely not. Hold on. This is the part where we get to whip out Google, and I get to hear what that. Oh, I would love to, but. So I have to know, because even though it's in a foreign language, or I say foreign, it's in a non-native English language, I need to know what swear I just said. Because if it's like super saucy, I'm in big trouble. If you're like, I can't say it, you can totally just DM that to me on Discord. I don't know. It's not. So you say. I believe you. Just. It's probably a bog standard curse word. Translate if you're feeling up to it, user 11. Not gonna force you to, though. I definitely had to. Oh, really? Well, it wouldn't have been the first time that I uttered the word fuck on stream. I'll just go ahead and shatter that illusion for the English speakers as well. I have cussed before. I just don't like doing it that much. That's really all there is. I just don't like it that much. There are children watching, supposedly. That said, yes, we also have redemption for sex. So, in all honesty, even though I haven't exactly marketed this as like 18 plus, this is still the internet, everybody. You really should not be letting children watch streams by themselves. That's just good parenting practice. Oh, thank you for rescuing me again. Really? Why do you always end up in these forts, Hino? I need to know. Like, why? I'm sorry this keeps happening, but when I dig into a mystery, I just can't let go. Why do monsters revive when the blood moon rises? I'll do whatever it takes to figure it out, and if that means sneaking into their dens again and again and again. But it looks like I wasn't as careful as I thought. Please, take this for saving me. You're welcome. He wants another? Oh, I like how he says, you want another? All right. No, I can't insult you with that pathetically small show of things. Take this, too. You know what? The fairy tonic makes us even. Fine. Tonight is a crescent moon. A golden arc through the sky. She's beautiful, isn't she? Well, you'll have to excuse me. It seems dangerous to stick around, don't you think? No problem. You repelled the monsters at the fort on the north side of Jabu Ridge. The Zora soldier who told you about the fort, Gaddison, will be eager to hear this news. Yes.
Elbows off the table. Don't slouch.
Thank you for that. So for 5 minutes, I need to make sure I'm sitting up nice and straight with my back upright. You know, not leaning back in my chair. I already wasn't doing that anyway, but I also can't be slouching forward when I talk either. Thank you for that redemption. If you guys want to do more of that stuff, you're more than welcome to. Just click on the little channel point rewards button at the bottom left-hand corner of your chat panel, and anything in purple is something that you have me do. It costs a certain number of channel points to use, and most of them have a limit. Usually it's 3 or more. 831. Okay, there we go. That I'm glad I saw that Korok count for the record. Anything in pink is a haha funny soundboard thing. You press it for the soundboard and it's done. As for anything color-coded black, that is standard Twitch channel point rewards. Like, that's stuff that every channel is supposed to have. Make sure you're sitting up straight, Mr. Coin. User 11 says, well, you were just seeing what that was. Now I'm gonna do it too. Fair enough. Yep, sitting up straight is really important. Having good posture in your seat and taking the elbows off your table, off the table, is also important. I'm not even using an armrest. I'm literally holding my arms like up in front of my chest with the controller to play. Your back hurts? Well, I mean, I'm the only one that has to abide by the reward, as you can see by the timer in the bottom, like toward the bottom left of the screen. You don't need to do that unless you just want to. 5 minutes is a surprising amount of time to hold your back up nice and straight. My shivering fins. Link, regarding the subject of that monster fort. Why are your eyes weird? We decided to gather some soldiers to go and dispense justice. We'll make them pay for their actions. Ah, my fins are shivering with excitement. I can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys. Oh, is what that reminds me of. Oh my god. I defeated them. What? So I guess that means you did all that on your own? Oh. Well, now that is quite impressive, Link. We put together a team and prepared all night, yet you did this all by yourself? Indeed. Well, let's leave it at that. I'm so grateful that the domain is safe once again. Please allow me to thank you. Take this. This was our war fund for striking down our enemy. However, since our objective has already been achieved, please accept this as a reward, Link. You've more than earned it with your distinguished service. As for me, I should report that the threat is gone at once. Let's go ahead and read. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you are part of many communities on Twitch, but yours stands out as a favorite. We have so many interesting people. We have the wise Mr. Rasby, the wonderful User 11, the spinster master Mr. Shiny, and Aelin. You can't really decide a descriptor to Aelin. Too true. Aelin is Aelin. Which is really funny. There's like a skit in Tales of Zestiria where it's like, so what, Rose is at, character spoilers. Rose is asking, is it Soray? Soray? It might be Soray. What her fancy name means. And, He's like, oh, Rose is Rose. Oh, hello. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow. I do keep follows sound free and anonymous. But thank you so much for that. Welcome on in, Link Ganon Killer. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Link Ganon Killer says, hello there, I see you're playing one of my adventures. I am. I'm playing on an adventure that people voted for. As a matter of fact, people wanted to see you traipsing through Hyrule all over again 5 years after Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom. People voted for that, and so I'm playing through it. But there are definitely at least a few people. User 11 says, I feel like you're about to send in the whole Bible. Also, I can relax my stance now. I mean, a little bit. I don't know. I don't think I'm actually sending in the Bible or anything. Mr. Jason says, TCC Ambassador Link, meet our Executive Vice President Coin. Well, nice to meet you, TCC Ambassador Link. Link Ganon Killer says, well, getting a bit tired, so you're not going to stay too long, but have fun, mate. Fantastic game. Thank you, good sir. It is fun. Not all of it is fun, but most of it is fun. Do rest well, and be well, good sir. I do hope I get to see you at some point sooner rather than later. But if not, you know, do rest well and take care of yourself if you're heading off to bed at this precise moment. Link Ganon Killer says, seems to you nice to meet you. Yep, same. And with that, we're going to continue schlepping it through many of the side quests and Korok seeds. You repelled the monsters that had built a fort protecting the peace in Zora's domain. When you reported back to Gaddison, she gave you a reward. Oh, right, I forgot Gaddison is a female. I didn't even think about that. It's part of the channel brand. I like to 100% games, and even though the literal development team for Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild is like, no fam, you don't need to collect the Koroks. I'd like you put weapon upgrades behind it. So since you put weapon upgrades behind it, I'm collecting all of them. And I'm going to make a point of excoriating them on the internet for such a overly extended bathroom joke is what I'm going to say about that. Let me swap back through. There's only one quest left. And that's over here, which we might as well go do. Which is like in another cave. But yeah, we have 179 I'm sorry, 169 left to go. Enjoy your lurk, Link Ganon Killer. I will do my best to have fun, good sir. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you collected all 1,000 Korok seeds before you opted for any inventory upgrade. So you had the basic inventory the entire time. Well, I mean, Mr. Jason, that sounds on brand for you. If you can fight Lynels and Gleoks in your sleep, it almost sounds like you're a challenge runner in your own right for, you know, the Wild era, Legend of Zelda games. Truly. Okay, so this one is like... Actually, I need to probably talk to him again, but I think it's behind this waterfall. Actually, I could probably use the map to help me out there. Yes, okay. Yeah, I have the right... like, frame of reference. Mr. Jason says, I wish that I had ample time for 100% in games these days, but one does run a business. Oh, and thank you for pushing the server as well, Mr. Jason. Link Ganon Killer says, I'll join, but then you're going to lurk? No worries. You want to watch some TV with the wife? I hope the TV that you and your wife are watching is going to be good. I'm not much of a TV goer, but that doesn't mean that I can't wish others well in that same endeavor. Mr. Jason, I think you might owe Mr. Link after this. I'm not gonna lie. Dude wants to go spend time with his wife. Dude wants to go spend some time with his wife. You're gonna have to find suitable compensation for that. Just throwing that out there. Okay, so is it? We talked to him over there. So it's like, it's this cave? Oh no, my instinct was correct. Yes, I do have an Elden Ring themed Discord. Not everything is Elden Ring themed, as the audience I have cultivated lately has not necessarily, you know, been on board with that. Some people are confused by the label, so I attempted to make that, I attempted to make things a little bit clearer as to what's going on. Mr. Jason says, absolutely, Mr. Coin. You can offer suitable compensation. Mr. Link just needs to fill in a 50-page form. I'm sure you can find a way to expedite that process if necessary, Mr. Jason. Link Ganon Killer says you'll check it out when you have a bit more time. You joined at the beginning of things of the Discord. And maybe when you find some time tomorrow, I'll check it out some more. No worries. No worries. I wasn't really expecting you to do that before you went to hang out with your wife. I'll just be transparent about that. I was just kind of expecting that to happen. I wasn't expecting that to happen at all. But if it was happening, I was certainly expecting it to happen later. You catch my drift. But do go and enjoy, you know, happy fun time with the wife in front of the TV. Again, I do hope that the TV experience is a smooth one, good sir. Welcome back, User 11. Link Ganon Killer is a TCC TCC rep. Hold on, I already read that earlier. I'm not familiar. Yeah, he's a TCC ambassador. There we go. I just needed to get my mouth around the right word. He is also going to probably be test piloting a new program that the TCC is coming up with. So I'm sort of looking. I'm looking forward to see how all of that turns out. Are we gotta be getting close to all these bubble gems. We gotta be getting close. Well, actually, yeah, we only really have 3 more regions of bubble gems to find, and then it's just go talk to Colton again, was it? Pretty sure that was his name. I'm not super great with names. But I just was not expecting any unusual visits today. I'm always pleasantly surprised by the amount of perspectives that float out there on the internet, and I really truly do mean that. Okay, so here are these like blue stones, which I think is what he wanted, was one of these. Do we need to can we take a picture of these? No. Okay. Okay. What does one do? Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Mr. Jason said, or I'm sorry, Link Ganon Killer says, you can blame Mr. Jason, honestly. He told me when you were streaming. Yeah, I don't push things out to the TCC Discord right now. I've got enough on my plate without trying to like post to individual Discords. So that's what posting to Discords and social media is usually the first thing to go when my plate is super full. Okay, what needs to happen is I need to come back here with a raft, and that'll fix things. I see, Mr. Jason. I will correct that now. Mr. Jason says, I would, Mr. Coin, but expediting the process needs the approval of the entire board and the executive chair. And I heard that the TCC's executive chair doesn't agree to things unless it's really sold to them. Kappa. Too true. Too true. It's mostly like tongue-in-cheek humor, Mr. Jason, but I think you catch what I'm putting down, good sir. Oh. You know what? I probably should have ascended. It's fine. We have food we can, like, use to help us out here. Maybe, possibly. Very well, Mr. Jason. Glad that is the case. Mr. Jason says their response was also tongue-in-cheek. Fair enough, good sir. As long as there wasn't confusion, I'm Crystal. Outside of, and I guess I want to kind of transition us to another topic. Outside of, you know, my haircut today, I did also go out and do a bit of light grocery shopping. With my stepmother, I drove her around. I got to log some service hours for that. It sounds kind of natty to say, but since my stepmother and my dad are both technically like U.S. military vets, I can, in fact, like log service for them on like a form sheet, and it counts. I honestly wouldn't even log those hours normally. I kind of think it defeats the purpose of helping, you know, U.S. military veterans. I sort of think that you should be going out and helping like homeless veterans on the street or something. But, you know, until I get in and actually, you know, lobby to have the particulars of such a form changed, not really much to do about that. Oh, yes. Cool. I definitely did not mean to put a steering stick on backwards. Yeah, that totally didn't happen. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, apparently Discord has a recap now. You sent over 30,000 messages this year. Yep, seems legit. Most were probably in the TCC. Would make sense. It's the server you moderate. And up until this year, it was practically the only server that I knew you managed. Although it is called the Discord checkpoint. Ah, I see. Makes a lot of sense. Just gonna get this right in here real quick. Put one of those lovely stones on the back of this raft, and then quest complete, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking for. Yeah, just one stone would be enough. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. So we just go over and do this. I will grab a few of them. Sure, you know what? Let's grab all of them. I want to see what happens. You know, assuming we don't get weighed down too much. I'm actually curious to see what happens if we do this. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, no, that's GG, fam. They weren't joking. Too heavy. Too heavy, but worth a try. Just one. Just one. And we probably need to stick it to the thing. There we go. Alright, let's get out of here. It was a haha funny moment. For me, anyway. And I could have swore it was going to be raining outside. But yeah, and then going back to what I was doing out in public, outside of my haircut, I had lunch. I had lunch. My stepmother and I happened to be out at Walmart getting a few supplies, and the Walmart that's in like a relatively new shopping square has a pre-prepared meals section. So I went and grabbed a spicy mustard chicken wrap in a little container for like $5.30 something in US dollars, as in 5 and then 30 cents, not $530. No, I wouldn't dare pay for a wrap like that for 530 bucks. It had better be filled with Wagyu beef that has been aged for like 50 years. It better be top shelf stuff. But the wrap was pretty good. Got a bottled Starbucks frappe or frappuccino. Good eats, at least for me. So here's a question I can ask, just in like the spirit of like food and everything. Sweet, spicy, sour, salty. I would say umami, but I think everyone would say umami because that's literally just stuff tastes like protein. That's what umami means. We have like umami taste receptors, and that their whole point is to smell detect and digest digest things with protein on them. We literally have those. So sweet, salty, spicy. I'm sorry. Let me back that up. Sweet. Oh yeah, there was a flavor I was missing. Sweet, sour, spicy, or salty. Because I don't think people like bitter all that much. I might be a weirdo for liking slightly bitter food. But which flavor out of sweet, salty, sour, or spicy is like your favorite, and why? Even if the why is I like it. You know, I don't really have a real reason why. I am a huge fan of sour things. I love sour things. Granny Smith apples, lemons, warheads. Oh, warheads. That's a name I've not uttered in quite some time. I love sour stuff. Lots of acid. Mr. Jason says, oh, by the way, Mr. Coin, as you may have seen, you made a statement you wanted to make in the boardroom. Board members can claim a shiny, but of course in their individual capacity. I saw that, yes. I didn't feel the need to like react to it or anything, but I did see it. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, I like the mixed popcorn of sweet and salty. Okay, yeah, see, like the contrasting flavors. I enjoy sweet and salty stuff too. With an emphasis, a slight emphasis on sweet over salty. Like if I ever get salted caramel, the salt, there can't be so much salt that I'm wondering, did I get caramel with my salt? I should have gotten salt with the caramel. That's the kind of thing that, there needs to be like a subtle balance of flavors, and when it's too much in one direction or the other, there's a problem. But I do have a slight preference for more sweet rather than more salty. Ah, that's stone. Yes, That is it. That is it. That wondrous stone. I lost my composure for a moment there. Such are the depths of my joy. Did you by chance carry this heavy stone all the way here? 1,000 times I thank you. I carried the stone here. The stone. I got stapled to a raft. But since I can't talk, I can't say anything about that. Mr. Jason says when you did the side quest, you thought that Leto wanted all the blue stones. I was certainly gonna try. I think if I had like an extra piece of wood, it would have been fine. But since we didn't have the extra piece of wood or something to like help stabilize the weight of the stones, it was just gonna always be a problem. So yeah, I was forced to use one stone instead of all 7. 1,000 times I thank you. Now I can fix up Mifa Court. Link, you must allow me to thank you. Please take this along with my gratitude and complete awe. This is some elegant fabric that has the Zora emblem stitched onto it. I hope that you like it. Tough fabric bearing a Zora design. Yep. All right, I shall now set off to begin my repair work. Link, it is so fortuitous that you were here to help. Thank you, truly. You brought a blue stone to Leto, who was delighted that he could now use it to repair Mifa Court. Cool. I like how I panned back here to see the raft for the joke, for like the setup of a joke, and the raft was just not here in the snap whatsoever. But okay, I believe that takes care of all of the Zora's Domain items. Yes, it does. Mr. Jason says, if you decline this quest, I bet Leto would have felt blue. Probably. Blue, abba dee, abba die. Some things are just, you know, too classic not to make a reference to. Some things are just too classic not to, like, reference drop. Okay, we're gonna head over here. It's time to continue along our path toward, you know, getting all the Koroks in this region. We haven't also yet hit the milestone for the, we haven't yet hit today's, like, hallmark depicted on the thumbnail. I hope people like it, by the way. I worked pretty hard, and I carefully mulled over all of the includes I would have made to that thumbnail, and I chose to be pretty light on touch-ups with it. I think it turned out pretty good. The edits should be subtle but noticeable if you know what the graphics of the base game look like. Okay, so if you guys want to follow along as we collect all of the Korok seeds and stuff, let me also just make sure that YouTube is logged in, or I should say StreamerBot is logged in appropriately. If you guys type in !TOTK MAP, you will get access to the wonderful and awesome object map that Mr. NK Plays, who graced us with his presence yesterday, you know, sourced for us. And without that break, or I should say without that map, I don't know where I would even be. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. Before I shill, though, I do need to make sure I've checked messages accordingly. Hey, welcome on in. FDA, with age. Oh, welcome back, Aiden. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. It's been a while since we've last spoke, but I trust you're doing well in body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Sorry, got some stuff in my throat. 1 second. User 11, we probably should stop making the bot do that. I mean, I'm glad that we like to see the bot emotes. God. Anyway, sorry, it, user 11 says, I'm sorry, it's stronger than you. Fair. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the Siri dance emote. It's one of the better ones. I'm glad they have it. I wish it were available for everyone to use, as a matter of fact. But, what you guys heard earlier was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. Now 4 minutes, of course. We do take those at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head. It lasts for 3 minutes. When the timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk. The ads should be over. And you should be able, or I should say, we'll pick right back up on the gaming, as is to be expected. Since it's the first hour, if you guys like my content, my audience, or me, I jest with that hand motion there on that last one. But if you guys like, what we do here on CoinStamp, do feel free to subscribe on YouTube or follow on Twitch. If you are on YouTube, please also consider liking the video and maybe even leave a comment if you're feeling saucy. That way YouTube knows you're human. And counts the view accordingly. I would really, really appreciate that. It helps me out bunches. More than I could describe to you guys in words. Now that we have done that, I will try my best to catch up on messages. Aiden says, looks like you're a big guy on Twitch. Not really, but I'm glad I give that impression. No, I'm lucky if I have at most like 10 people watching at a time. And if it's more than that, it's because I'm getting rated or something. But I am happy with my audience on both Twitch and YouTube. You guys are awesome and are in fact the best part of my day. Mr. Jason Mr. Jason says, you'll be slightly delayed after the break, Mr. Coin, and I believe that takes care of the repeat on that as well. Very well, Mr. Jason. Take your time. No rush. Mr. Jason says, if you like Mr. Coin, subscribe on YouTube. If you like Mr. Coin, subscribe on Twitch. If you want to chuck money at me, yeah, you could subscribe on Twitch. Sure. Or, chuck less money at me on Patreon or Coffee. For $1 or $2 a month, you get most of the same stuff in the first place. If you want to support Twitch, use Twitch. If you want to support me, use Patreon or Coffee. That would be my recommendation. Aiden says you got more people on that. I've just been on the platform longer. You're right, I do. But it's mostly just I've been on this platform longer, and I have more bells and whistles on Twitch. Whereas I'm not a YouTube partner, so I'm kind of limited in what I can do with YouTube. And the same will be true when I start streaming to Kick. I think my plan with Kick is going to be to stream the next game that we play on Kick. And I'm not going to worry about that. I'm not going to worry now on Twitch unless Twitch implodes. That said, commercial break time. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Let me catch right back up on chat. Okay, nothing has changed on YouTube. Jason says, if one didn't spend at Hotel Chocolat, one could be incredibly generous. It's fine. Enjoy Hotel Chocolat. I will be here until I can't. And by that, I mostly mean, you know, unless I decide to change things or something happens to me, you know, I will keep soldiering on. That's kind of all there is to it. It's like this one, right? Yeah, I could. Okay, it took me a second to spot it on the map. We're getting closer to the object of today's thumbnail, which is somewhere around here. We have one. Is that the... Hold on, I need to see. Okay, I found it. I think it's here. And I'm sure I'll spot it on the way there, too. And then this last one is like here somewhere. Also, that looks like a tent. It is a tent. Okay, where's the real one? It is over here. Okay. All right, let's get started. The object map is how you guys are going to be able to follow along with me as we collect all of these Korok seeds, because, you know, even though we've been collecting these a long time, that doesn't mean that I particularly enjoy doing this. The map makes it easier, not more or less fun. I don't enjoy collecting Koroks. I think the puzzles themselves are fine. Right? Other than picking up rocks. Like, come on. Don't do that. That's just utter detritus. Super garbage. What was I saying? Right. But I think there are just too many. Way too many So many, it's not funny. They could literally cut this number in half, and I would be just fine with that. Nice, we got the dive through. That was pretty easy. And of course, there'll be a nice sound waiting for us at 1,000, and you know, I'll be happy to hear that sound. That's one less thing we'll have to worry about. Ah, it's gonna be nice to put this whole Korok business behind us. And I am truly being serious about that. It's definitely going to be something I talk about in my review of the game. Not only that, but when we do the video, when I get ready to do the video essay, we like go through the cutting room floor and we discuss all of the fine details that were, you know, combed over and left behind during the whole process of making Tears of the Kingdom. That's funny. We basically ran over an animal and turned it into roadkill. That's kind of funny. Okay. Was this a go find something? Yes, it is. It is a go find something. Let me see if maybe I can't spot what it is we need to find. Okay, so far so good. Maybe over here somewhere? Maybe this will get us a better vantage point as to what we're looking for. And I can easily find our hover bike as well, too. Aha! Found it. Quickly get up that before there are huge amounts of problems. 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's fine. Honestly, it's not that important. 4, 5. Go ahead and mark that one off. Now let's keep moving. You know, another year, another dark day in 2025, 2026. But how are things in your countries? Mine is the same as ever, you know, turbulent and just complete abject chaos. That's what it's like here in the States, for me. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. I trust whatever you were doing went smoothly. We've just been collecting Koroks in the meantime. You really haven't missed much.
So it begins.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the check-in and the follow. I do keep follows sound free and anonymous, so I hope you enjoy all the lovely benefits that come along with your follow, including the free emotes as well. Please do enjoy those. Mr. Jason says they were shocked. Your mom made a meal and there were less than 300 pots. Does she use a lot of dishes when she cooks? That's not a problem. I'm just curious whether she does or doesn't. I think we've talked about that before. She does. Is she, you know, scientifically minded? Where it's like, obviously they want us to use this dish for that purpose. They didn't tell us to use another dish or repurpose a dish for such a thing. Let's get back up here. I'm pretty sure what we're looking for is up here somewhere. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, it's an issue for Mr. Jason." Yeah, I can imagine washing pots and pans is not too terribly fun. I should know. When I am house sitting for clients, you know, washing pots and pans isn't fun. And this is coming from a guy who is effectively... I'm a huge technophile, but even then, when it comes to dishwashing, absolutely not. No way, Jose. Could not get me to use the dishwasher unless it's for something big, clunky, and cumbersome. I prefer washing dishes by hand, you know, with soap and water and everything. You know, let the dishes like cure in the sink for a few minutes. I have like I have a whole routine when it comes to doing kitchen work. Same with cooking. I am also because my background is in STEM, right? Like my education was in STEM. I worked with beakers, flasks, and test tubes a lot when I wasn't working with computer technology. And so for us, we're told to not contaminate. Oh, I cannot die for whatever crazy reason. What was I saying? Right. We were told to never, ever, ever contaminate dishes and, like, reuse things. Too close. Oh, you know what? There's a rock we can literally use for that. I don't know why I'm trying to go up there and fly over to make that work. We could literally go here. But yeah, I'm definitely the person that will make a lot of, like, dirty dishes, not only to eat, like... This is one of those spectral things. If you're a spectral, if you're neurospicy, you know what I'm talking about. I don't like to mix certain things together. I like to have my savory things on one end of the plate, and I like a divider for the sweet things on the other side of my plate. I do not eat sweets and savory things together if they're not cooked that way, right? So we talked about the sweet and salty popcorn. That's fine. It's sweet and salty all in one dish. But I don't mix my cranberry sauce with my mashed potatoes and gravy. I just don't do that. It not only do those things clash, but also it just makes for a sloppy, filthy, dirty plate when you don't need to do that. It's definitely a skill issue for me, but I just feel like I'm eating slop if I mix things together like that, and I don't want to do that more than I have to. It really is just a me problem. Mr. Jason says, in 1 week and 1 to 2 days, you'll be able to purchase another Pokeball Plus, budget permitting. Here's to hoping that it is, in fact, within budget for you, good sir. Take it the Pokeball Pluses, other than, like, that one-time Mew, don't necessarily come with, hold on. Oh, it's okay. I can literally use recall to help me find my hover bike. That's good to know. Hello. Would you like to take a hike, or would you like to take a hike? Thank you, but no. Good God. What was I saying? Oh, it would help if it weren't doing that. Okay. The Pokeball Pluses, they don't always have Mews in them, do they? But do they, like, always have a Pokemon in them? Is that kind of the whole thing? Or, is it literally just a Pokeball special item for a game in particular? Mr. Jason says they can be empty. Okay, but they're not empty. Are they empty by design? I guess is what I'm asking. Can you purchase them empty on purpose? I don't know if I'm asking that right. I might not be. Oh, hello. What's the deal with this? Why? What is all this? What? 1, 2, 3. Oh, are we? Oh. I don't know what to make of this. Can we, like, break them apart? That would be the only thing that kind of, like, makes sense to me. But no, you can't do that. So what gives? There's got to be, like, another metal block somewhere. Mr. Jason says you originally purchased them and they come with Mew, but once you transfer the Mew to your game, they are empty and you can put your own Pokemon in there. Okay, so it's kind of like you can resell the original object with a new thing inside it. I'm trying to think of. It would be like if you were to Etsy something, or you know, eBay something. You're not guaranteed the original content of what's inside, but you might expect to get some. You might expect to get some new content. You might expect to get something new inside the object being sold. That's what I'm trying to say. My goodness, I cannot. What on earth? Okay, I'm taking that out before there are problems. Maybe like this? Yeah, I can't tell what this wants. It's like weird. Anything behind this? No, not particularly. Feels like it's for a quest. Welcome on in, Victor. 57891011. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If and you don't mind my asking, have you played The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom before? Are you, like, new to the game, beaten it multiple times? I always like to ask my incoming audience members that question, so I kind of know where to direct spoilers, you know, which topics to avoid, etc., etc. Victor says, you've played it through? Good. Glad to hear it. I take it you enjoyed you enjoyed what you played? You generally liked it? Because sometimes people can, like, hate play or spite play something and then, like, leave a bad review, which is totally valid. I just want to make it known that not everyone plays games because they like them. Angry video game nerd was popular for a reason. Mr. Jason says they also don't always come with the USB charger. You wish that they did, though. The one that you ordered with Mew, you don't believe that the person was being deceptive per se, but the USB charger in the photo looked like the official one. And then when it came, it was a generic USB cable, and Mr. Jason does keep them, but generally won't plug an accessory to anything but the specific cable. That has to be frustrating, because it's like, I don't want to risk, you know, problems with third-party hardware, I bet people think you're being difficult when you say stuff like that, or when you reveal to them that you're not anything but reticent on whether or not you'll plug something in. Victor says yes, one of the best games. That's awesome. I like Tears of the Kingdom. I like it a lot. It's not my favorite game ever, but it's really quite up there with a lot of titles out there. And it gives Skyward Sword a pretty good run for its money. And yes, Skyward Sword is my favorite Legend of Zelda title. So people can make of that what they will. Mr. Jason says, The Legend of Korok, Tears of the Player. And you wouldn't be wrong there either, Mr. Jason. Laugh or cry, the Koroks are sure to make you feel something. That's for sure. If and you don't mind my asking, Victor, when it comes to the Koroks, I'd like to get your general opinion on them. Like them, don't like them, meh, hate them. I'm always. Oh, I think I have found. Nope, that is just a treasure chest. I thought I had found something. Guess not. What am I supposed to do with that, though? That's very strange. I've never met a block puzzle like that before. Me personally, I think the Koroks as an idea are okay, but the execution of them and how many there are entirely too much. I never ask people questions I don't answer myself, by the way. I think that's fair. If I'm asking people to bare their souls, I should bare mine in return. I just think that's reasonable. I wonder if... Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. They don't want us to fit all these in. They're telling us what the pattern should be. That's what's going on. They're telling us what pattern, like how to place the blocks. They want us to do something like this, maybe? I would really like it if the blocks would cooperate with me. Like that. And I got it wrong even after I made the connection. They wanted us to complete the pattern. That one, you know what? You know what, Nintendo? I'll give you some props on that. It's basic, but if you're not sure what you're looking at, you can be confused. I'm fine with this. So that would be this one right here. And then we can kindly get on the hover bike. That I'm still not convinced that the person who gave that to me didn't know what kind of opinion that was going to elicit or generate. Yeah, The Legend of Korok's Tears of the Player. I think I got a good premise for it already. Your main character is Hestu, and you only have your dancing and your maracas and a jump, and that's it. And your whole goal is to get 2,000 Koroks over the course of X number of levels. It could be like a little platformer title, which I think would be pretty cool. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did I tell you that the ACNL town editor tool allows you to easily place fully grown trees? You did tell me that, yes. Alternatively, in game, you would have had to cut down the trees at the wrong spot and then plant one tree at a time. The same tool allows me to just place patterns as easily as you could paint squares in paint. Yeah, you mentioned that a good deal. Was it yesterday or the day before? Where you talked about you talked about the tool being a time saver is what it is. That took me entirely too long to get out of my mouth, but there we are. That reminds me of like the brief stint that I played around with the un-tools mod. Most people in my audience are like vaguely aware that I'm an Elden Ring person. I enjoy Elden Ring a lot. Well, most things have a cheat, like a cheat editor. Elden Ring is no different. It's got a save editor tool, a cheat editor, and in Elden Ring's case, it's called un-tools. un-tools is also mod compatible, so you can quite famously also pair up the Convergence, Elden Ring Reforged, the Ascension mod, all that kind of stuff. And you can like spawn things or give yourself levels or other such things too. There are a lot of things you could do with un-tools. There was a case where I had bungled a quest line and I needed to respawn a NPC to make that happen. I needed to respawn an NPC. I was able to place one using un-tools. I didn't like using it much. You had to sift through a clunky editor because of the way that Elden Ring's files are configured. It's very clunky. It's almost spaghetti configuration. It makes some amount of sense. It's not like things aren't labeled. It's just, you don't know what you're looking at necessarily. Is all. You don't know what you're looking at. So I stopped using un-tools soon after, but that's what the stock of the ACNL town editor reminds me of, is something like that. Mr. Jason says, also Mr. Coin, Link is, you believe, one of the first people you found on Twitch before you connected everyone together with the TCC. Yeah, it sounds like Link knew you a lot, which checks out. You've known Link for a really long time. That also checks out. Welcome back, User11. Welcome back. You were packing for London. Oh, did you get everything all squared away? Or, like with many people, User11, do you still have things you gotta throw into the suitcase, so to speak? Just curious. User11 says, what's the TCC? That is the Troll Castle Challenge Discord. That's what TCC stands for. We are a Super Mario Maker 2 server, but we also have a streamer program as well. We kind of do two things at once, is the best way I would describe it. We sort of do two things at once, but we're mainly an SMM2 server. People submit troll levels for Super Mario Maker 2. The server is known for Mr. Jason's Troll Castle, which also has a lot of levels in it. There's like a whole hierarchy and everything. Mr. Jason can probably explain it a little bit better than me, but the basic gist is that we're a dual-faceted server that focuses on Super Mario Maker 2 troll levels, but we do also have a streamer client program that is independent from SMM2 stuff. Like, you don't have to be a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator or test player to be a part of the the verified program. Mr. Jason says, although it is more formal than some people imagine, it's just a lot of corporate titles. It's a lot of corporate titles, a lot of corporate structure. It's a lot to the uninitiated. And some people do also just kind of let that go in through one pair of eyes and out the other. You have news, Mr. Coin? Oh, do tell, Mr. Jason. What news do we have? Okay, so we have a couple of caves. I think the one I'm looking for... Let's see. I guess that would be... No, I think it would be at the top, now that I'm looking at it. Let's do that. I want to find the correct one and not go into caves I don't need to go into yet. Mr. Jason says you can happily confirm that Mr. User 11 is a client. Welcome to the TCC User 11. We hope you sincerely enjoy your stay. And, you know, you get to check everything out. If you got questions, you know, do feel free to put that in the lounge area, and folks are usually happy to answer. Of course, you can always, you know, ask TCC questions in here, too. I may not know an answer, but I can always, you know, refer to the rule book and get you an answer if you need it. It's kind of a... It's kind of a quiet place. So if you like quiet servers, with like the occasional bits of fanfare, I think you'll enjoy the TCC well enough. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. I hope you're doing good in health, or I hope you are well in health and spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Let me get this facing correct, in the correct direction. You've come in at a good time? Oh, it's telling us where it is. Okay, hold on. I need to listen to this real carefully. Let's see if I'm right. I think I had it right the first time. I don't think so. You're not escaping me. Absolutely not. Okay, they do want us to go in there. I should have listened to the radar the first time. Oh, whoa, hold on. Mr. Resby says, well, it's the matters of the conciliate. Oh, you have a sound effect you desire to be accessible here? Sure. I take it was the thing we discussed in DMs, Mr. Raspy. Would I be kind of correct about that? Or is it something unrelated? Good guess. But no. Very, very well. Oh, that is not good. That is even worse. If only we could rewind our previous position. I would much prefer that. There, that's probably fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. Sorry, that was a little bit of a snafu. Mr. Jason says, you need to invite... no worries. I take it it's a server invite for, like, it would be the Mafia server, right? Yeah, I can accept that I'll accept that a bit later. Let's see. Mr. Resby says you sent the sound effects on Discord. Yeah, I'm gonna need to go through Firebot and add that. So I appreciate the latitude, good sir. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, imagine if you paused that and then dropped on a bokoblin. That would have been hilarious. But that would in fact be hilarious. But that didn't happen. Bone? Hold on. Bone. That's what your game. Bona? That's what you're telling me. You're telling me there's an accent on that E. Why? Why? Bone Pond, East Cave. Why? Oh, we do need to take a picture of bokoblin. I'm blue bokoblin. Sure, I think that works. Yes. I don't think that's the word bitch. I think that's the word boner. I'm gonna be honest. But yes. My God. I thought so. I like how it was. I like the censor on the first one and not the second one. I swear I'm not 12. I swear I do not have the mind of a 12-year-old who is going through puberty for the first time. Promise. Although my face might tell a different story. User 11 says, yo, guess how many hours you got on Discord calls this year? 50. I'm thinking 50. Mr. Jason's, oh, nope, that is directed at Mr. Rasby. Mr. Rasby says it's fine, Coin. If we add all our humor ages, we might get to 12. Kappa. Indeed. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, guess how many hours you had on Discord calls this year? Hard to say because, you know, I met you only like a few months ago. I'm thinking... Oh, see, you know, I was hoping you'd wait until I'd guess. But yeah, you know, you don't seem like the type to do calls, so I could see that being 0. That makes a lot of sense. I've been on a grand total of 10 hours of calls this year. Just 10. You know, sometimes my real life friends and I do get on Discord and you know, we talk to each other, but outside of that, I generally don't do calls either. Have you guys seen this computer setup? I have to unhook my microphone from one computer to the other, or, you know, deal with my not as nice streaming computer for Discord calls. Not great. Let's see. Mr. Rasby says, I was gonna guess... Oh, I read how much time you spent on Discord on the TCC. Yeah, didn't you give people, like, a Discord, like, checkpoint? Or, like, didn't we talk about this a couple streams ago? User 11 says, I got, a 1,451 on Discord calls. Ooh, that's a lot of Discord calls. That reminds me of, it's not Discord, right? You know, we're talking Ventrilo TeamSpeak. Thank you, Tulin. I really appreciated the coverage there on that. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, my brain is like shutting down for some weird reason. Mr. Resby says, so wait, Coin, you have two PCs, and when you use your main PC, you need to move the mic onto the other PC. My streaming PC and my gaming PC have two different audio setups on them. My streaming PC is set up more like a corporate office computer. I don't have, fancy audio regulation software on it. That is to say, all of the audio regulation software that I use is through OBS directly. So, or through an OBS extension. So I don't need to modulate my audio on it much. Because you guys are either getting my live voice or you guys are getting my recorded voice. There's no in between. So the people on Discord kind of get my live voice. On my gaming computer, I actually have what I call the call voice. There I actually have things that I can use to... I have things that I can use to, modulate pitch or frequency if I need to do that. Okay, let me catch up on chat because a lot has happened. But yeah, that whole 1451 number reminded me of all the time I spent on Ventrilo and TeamSpeak years ago when I was a huge World of Warcraft junkie and raided a lot. I think the amount of time, it had to have been the equivalent amount of time for a year's worth of school. Like an 8-hour day at school each day. I must have spent that much time every day on TeamSpeak, just talking to people while doing my homework and such. And then gearing up for raid and everything. That was a wild time in my life. Let's see. Mr. Oh, okay, fair enough. Stresby says, no problem, not that foreign to you. At work, you use a hybrid desktop laptop setup. Yeah, so you know what juggling between two computers is like. I don't like using my streaming computer to take Discord calls. I don't take Discord calls for business. If I take calls on my streaming computer, it's like a Zoom meeting or something. Like, it's business stuff. Also, I just realized that I basically had the game paused with no audio, so I need to not do that. No. Oh my god,
I'm going to bend what I want, when I want, who I want. I'm unstoppable!
Okay. Let's see. How can I make this work? This is going to be a challenge for sure. But thank you for that redemption. I do only do this for a minute because I gotta alter some stuff on my setup, but I can probably try to stand for a minute. I think that's reasonable. I forgot my train of thought, so I'm going to continue reading. User 11 says, oh, that's directed at Mr. Rasby. Got it. Mr. Rasby says, I know how to forward your OBS voice to your other PC. Yeah, there are a couple of extensions I could use. There's Teleport, there's Beam. There's a couple of things. It's, I generally have to be doing a recording for that, and it's kind of unwieldy to do, but I am aware you can forward things between computers. I'm glad that you got your clipping situation figured out, User 11. I would have happily answered that if I had not been behind on responding to messages. Excuse me. Mr. Jason says, surprisingly, Mr. Coin, only 923 messages were sent by you in the TCC. Nice, I suppose. That's less than I was expecting. I was expecting a lot more. Not 128,000 messages, of course, but a pretty high number. Mr. Raspy says you've been doing, you've been oh my goodness, I'm trying to parse this word. Doing forward? Oh, going forward between multiple PCs quite a lot. You've made it so at work your mouse and keyboard can go between the PCs. Oh, remote access. That's what's happening here. And your media buttons from the PC forward to the laptop. Oh, that's gotta be a lot of API setup, but definitely worthwhile. Mr. Jason says Bender from Futurama. Yeah, Bender from Futurama. I don't like to include too many clips because Bender from Futurama is saucy, but I mean that's no different than the whole loss thing. Okay. Let's see how much of this got bungled when I stood up. Not that bad. Not that bad. I'm gonna sound out of focus until it gets fixed. Greetings, Mr. Tension. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks for leaving a like. Much appreciated. You've come in at a good time. We're just about to like find a shrine. That's our goal, is to find a shrine. The object of today's thumbnail. And thank you for the blessings. Much appreciated. I'm just catching up on messages before we continue because there were a lot of them. Shirazmi says, if we say joke, it beat comedy while standing up. Oh, man. Mr. SB says, yeah, no idea about forwarding voice extensions, and it's a hassle. But what you know is you just need OBS open and nothing more. You can capture an output to an output device. Truly stand-up comedy, says Mr. Jason. Truly. You can write a small piece of code to receive and play locally streamed audio. Okay, yeah, I think I have heard of one or two people doing that before. I don't pay that much attention to it because I usually don't need to stream audio from one computer to the other, and when I have tried that, it was very messy. What did you realize, Mr. Jason? And while that's happening, we're gonna clean this up. Why are you here, Hino? Why? Just why? Why are you here? Mr. Jason says you haven't mentioned a certain person's name in a while. For a while. Oh, yeah. You haven't. That may or may not be a good thing. You know, context depending, of course. Okay, so it's either above or below. It looks like it might be below. Let's, well, before we do anything serious, let's, grab some wonderful resources while that guy sits in a cage. And now we're going to take the cage off. Whoa. You saved me again. Thank you. The sky turning red, slain monsters returning to life. I want to unravel the mysteries of the Blood Moon. Unfortunately, going to the moon to investigate has proven difficult. Sir, do you know what a vacuum is? If you do not know what the vacuum of space is, sit your butt down and stop trying to do the unreasonable. Stop it. Get help. That being the case, I decided to research by closely observing the monsters in their natural habitat, but it looks like you got too close again. Please take this for saving me. You want another? All right. No, that's not enough to properly convey my gratitude. Here. You know what? I'll take it. That's way better. Tonight is a first quarter moon. Doesn't she look like a celestial bow? Eager to shoot the sun. What courage. Well, take care. Let's keep our goodbyes short so a monster doesn't surprise us. Hino, buddy, you need to find a new hobby other than researching blood moons. Don't you have a wife? Didn't we learn about that in Breath of the Wild, that he had like a significant other, and you know, she's worried constantly about him all the time. I could be misremembering things, but Mr. Resby says, but yeah, just saying, if you ever feel like it's worth the effort, you can make some code, do that between devices, and then after it's done, just give you the programs to run on each. No external dependencies. I will bear that offer in mind, Mr. Rasby. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, you just saw... Let me make sure I haven't missed something. You just saw this post on Cerebi. As part of a Nintendo newsletter in Japan, a special code was distributed to give players items to help prepare for Z to A Royales, Rogue Mega Evolution battles, and catching Pokemon. This gave you 5 max revives, 10 full restores, and 10 Ultra Balls. It is obtained with the code PREPARING, and it reminds me of a certain someone who you've not mentioned for a while, Mr. Coin. Ah, Lady Jacinth, right? You know, the pink lady with a fairy type team, and she's kind of like the critical component of the story. She's also kind of considered a jerk, or like full of herself by other trainers. You know, other trainers in the city. She's nice, but also pushy. Yeah, that Lady Jacinth. She's certainly a character. Critical in a moist way? No, Mr. Rasby, not penguins. not penguins. 0, absolutely not. Quite frankly, they're just two completely different characters. Has Mr. Jason shown you a picture of Lady Jacinth? I think the picture would make a lot of sense. Also, your favorite word, Mr. Rasby, has that Mr. Jason utters so often has entered the picture. Mr. Rasby says, I got so confused until you realized penguins. Yeah, I meant the Z. You realize there's none, so you added 0. Penguin 0, exactly. I think I said the full username correctly. Mr. Jason says, Lady Jacinth is my inspiration for your own SBC and kind of reminds me kind of reminds him of himself, Mr. Coin. Wait. What word? The Poke word. Pokemon. That word. You've mentioned it before in a kind of like a sarcastic writ sometimes. The word that makes you feel like a fish out of water. Am I like misunderstanding something? Oh, I know what it is. I didn't climb. You haven't seen a diacritic in a while? Ever since, Boner? Yes. Bonerific. Thank you, Oats and Goats, for your wonderful community, and unfortunately, the ever-increasing spawns of...
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees?
Bonerific.
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the warning for the 5-minute warning for the 3-minute commercial break. We do take those around here. The timer will appear at the top of the hour above my head. When that timer reaches 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can get back to the gaming, which is what we care about. This is the 2nd hour, so we got to get the major shilling done and out of the way. You guys are the best and brightest part of my day, and I really, duly, truly mean that. And you guys being here is more than enough. But if you ever do feel like being financially generous, and you want to support my work, I do have avenues for you to do this through Patreon or Coffee in the Linktree link. You can also, if you're on Twitch, there's also all the native Twitch features as well that you could use to be financially generous. My recommendation is that if you want to directly support me, Patreon or Coffee is the cheapest avenue to do that. If you want to support Twitch as a whole, which, you know, if you do, that's on you, then Twitch has a variety of buttons you can press for just such a thing. Bits, subscriptions, and so on. I have a variety of benefits, no matter what form of support you want to give, ranging everything from, you know, emotes to, you know, extra members channels on my Discord server, an extra vote when we vote on items, if you're subscribed at the time that the vote item concludes, etc., etc. Thank you for the redemption. I will take a drink here. You know, all that stuff can be found in the link tree, either at the bottom of the description or underneath the video player where the social media links would be for a Twitch streamer. My link tree is right there. Feel free to click around and discover things for yourself. That's about as much as I want to say. And with that, we have taken care of the shilling in record time, I might add. 2 minutes. I want to keep the shills to about that length, and there's a lot I gotta say. Usually when I'm wanting to shill getting paid, there's a lot I just gotta say. So let me let me go ahead and catch back up on chat. Mr. Esby says, hadn't checked if it was already added, but I'm surprised that there's no mature audience intended warning on the first watch. I need to do that. I forgot that I'm being stupid. I need to do that. I will do that after today's stream. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, you're not an ass or anything, but you do sometimes think quite highly of yourself in the way that you speak or type. Lady Jacinth also thinks of herself the same way. For example, Mr. Coin, your Discord friend asked if you had ever visited London, and Mr. Jason says, have I ever been to London? Well, maybe. And included your exclusive invite by Nintendo UK to trial the Nintendo Switch before launch. Yes, that is in fact that is in fact a haughty person would say it that way. Mr. Let's see. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, you think highly of yourself just like Lady Jacinth.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
What did I do wrong? Was it the lack of a warning? I mean, I could change that. I wonder if I could change that while the stream is going, possibly. Mr. Jason says, if you lived in the Pokemon world, you would also have Jason zones like Lady Jacinth's zones. Yup. Where you can lock people in and watch them battle for entertainment. Yes, Lady Jacinth is known for wanting spectacles. She likes being entertained. That said, I'm gonna have to read the rest when we come back from the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. We got that nasty shilling done and out of the way, so we're good now. All I have to do is explain the commercial breaks. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Let me catch back up on chat as I was trying to do prior to the commercial break triggering. Mr. Jason was saying, watch them battle for entertainment, kind of like what you did as a troll creator, Mr. Coin. I see that. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a tremendous amount of sense, actually. Let's see. Adequately distinct gentleman, Mr. Jason. Too true. Mr. Resby says, you're really curious if it will affect the stream stats, you know, not being maturely marked. Probably. But look, to Twitch, here's what I'm gonna say. Like, yeah, I should be marking that accordingly. But at the same time, that's not gonna stop children from lying about their age to appear on streams that are too mature for them. That's not gonna stop that. It's just gonna, like, lower the incidence. Also, the Twitch is sort of the last company that I want to hear about censorship right now. With the hot tub streams, the Emaru SA case, I don't want to hear a peep out of Dan Clancy's mouth about his hypocrisies. I do not. They can kiss grits. Strasby says, the only unmarked mature stream. Mr. Raspy, Tom Clancy would be an improvement. Tom Clancy's vision would be an improvement for Twitch compared to who we actually have sitting in the chair. I kid you not. Mr. Raspy says, if we didn't get any warnings until now after all the bitches we rammed, we probably are not going to have stuff happen anytime soon. That's what the stop right there was for. Yes. No, I read, it was a timing thing. That's all. Mr. Raspy says, oh, never mind. I thought you were about to read. Yeah, there's the timing thing. User 11 asks, hey, Mr. Coin, have you done the secret treasure under the Great Fish quest? Let me check. If, Great Treasure under the Great Fish, probably not. There's probably a Zora I haven't talked to that is supposed to have that quest. That would be my rationale for why I haven't seen it yet. I can check if I know if that's the name of the quest. Mr. Rasby says, was funny in your head? It was just a timing error. It was funny. I laughed. Speaking of, need to make sure I give you the due praise for the setup there. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. And of course, Mr. Coin, you have to personally vet anyone that you invite to the TCC. You want to make sure that you're aware of everyone. So that was kind of already prestigious enough. Your SBC will, of course, be even more difficult to join. We have, as you know, a Poké floor requirement of 1 million. Yep. Readily spendable Poké not accumulated. Yep, I'm aware of that. The raw number. Mr. Rasby says, wait, what? Why would anyone lie about their age? Eye roll. Kappa. What about Tom Clancy's mouth? Yep. No, I'm saying his vision. His vision would be an improvement compared to Daniel Clancy, who is the current CEO for Twitch. Though for how much longer, I don't know. The man has sat in front of Congress, or is getting ready to sit in front of Congress, and explain why the heck they let a known terrorist sympathizer, Hasanabi, sit on their platform while literally shock-collaring his dog and calling for the death of a sitting U.S. senator. Like, I'm sorry. It would be one thing if Hassan did these things and got the appropriate amount of ban, assuming that, you know, calling for someone's death is quite frankly an infinite ban as far as I'm concerned. But even if there was just like an amount of time you had to serve for a ban like that, if Hassan had served a reasonable amount of time for the ban, it would be fine. But no, the man got 24 hours, and I'm sure he didn't even get that, for literally calling for someone's death. It took the shock collar incident for people to wake up and go, why the hell is this lunatic on the platform? People were fine with Hassan's brain dead takes and constant ad hominem attacks on his opponents, but it was shock collaring the dog that truly pushed things over the limit. Mr. Jason says, is that 74 this week? Mr. Coin, it is. 74 jokes and puns this week. Mr. Rasby says he has a siege of them, aligned in a rainbow. Yes, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. My friends used to play that for a while. And my virtual raid mates also played that game for a while. They have since moved on, but I hear it's still got something of a cult following, and the really dedicated folks. Mr. Rasby says, I actually don't know any of Twitch's controversies, the propaganda works, etc. All you really need to know is, Hassan Piker, aka Hasanabi, the political, I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna get me in a lot of trouble. The alt-left, Nick Fuentes would be an alt-right person. I'm gonna call Hasanabi an alt-left person. An alt-politically left person on this platform who is famous for bringing a known terrorist, a known Houthi rebel onto the platform. No matter what you think of the Houthis, they are designated as a terror group. Hassan cannot be bringing people on like that. Even if he was doing it under a journalistic guise, which I could believe that, if you're going to do that, you need to actually not give the terrorists a platform to just share things about themselves, like what sort of music they listen to, like complete softball nonsense questions. I'm not that educated on this, but I've watched enough YouTube journalism to kind of know what Hassan has done and will probably continue to do until he is jailed. I highly recommend going and checking out the YouTube journalists for yourself. Avoid the grifters. Try to find someone who's just done reporting. CoffeeZilla would be a pretty good example of a guy I would go out and watch for something like that. To get your news about Hassan Piker. Mr. Jason says, I do like how the TCC's board is your version of Congress, except we actually get crap done. Yeah, we actually get crap done. You don't want to be... comparing to U.S. Congress is not a lofty goal. Oh my god, I wish I could replace our Congress members with people who either understood the Founding Fathers' vision for how Congress works, and why political gridlock is kind of a necessity sometimes, or, replace them with people who are going to do something for us, the American people. I am so tired of our broken government, our broken, civics, our system of government. I hate it. We're dealing with the bad emperor problem right now. It really sucks. Google Bad Emperor if you don't know what I'm talking about. Mr. Rasby says, as you have shown to all your teachers in uni, sometimes 24 hours is all you need. Sometimes. I know some college students who have done that. It's like, I'll procrastinate until 24 hours before the assignment is due. Even if I absolutely failed, I don't care. Like, there are people that come out with a 70 and they're like, well, I passed. That's what counts. I passed. You know, just later when, you know, hospitals and institutions are looking to hire someone, we see that, you know, on your transcript, there were some notes about not having turned in work when you were supposed to. We can't hire you because you might play with our patients' lives over that level of laziness. Sorry. Bye-bye. Toodles. Don't let the exit door and the exit interview hit you on the way out. Mr. Esby says, you need more base context to get to that. You just heard a claim he's far left and this. The basic claim I want to make is Hassan Piker is not a good human being, and shocking your dog just for moving around. I would have to show you the clips. I'd be more than happy to show you clips in off hours about that. But Hassan Piker is, at the very least, no matter where you sit, left or right, he is guilty of animal cruelty. And I would describe the needless shot collaring of his dog as fitting the definition of animal cruelty. He's going to court over that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, did you know that protesting for the Palestine action in the UK is deemed illegal because they're deemed a terrorist group? I know that now. I did not know that. I didn't know that specific piece of UK news, but it would make some amount of sense. We kind of are in the middle of cracking down on that here in the US. And I say crack down because I'm describing the language the government is using on that. I'm not really here to promote an opinion one way or the other about the Israel-Gaza conflict, except to say that the loss of human life is totally and completely unacceptable. That's really the only opinion I have. I'm not interested in getting involved in 4,000 or tens of thousands of years old of a blood feud between two people. Not interested in that. I can corroborate that opinion more later, but I'm trying not to linger on that topic too long. I have some weird opinions about that whole mess. Mr. Rasby says, oh, hello. VNO. No matter what, like all systems or people are in, hold on. No system, oh, okay, yeah, no system or people are incorruptible. Part of why you're attracted to anarchy. Makes sense. I'm attracted to anarchy for the same exact reason. There's a limit to someone who can mess up before you get removed from your position, but it has its own big issues. Yeah, anarchy... I'm not really an anarchy person in that sense. It's more of the, you know, if we're going to have rules and laws, let's abide by them. And they need to be earnest laws that actually help people. If the law is unjust, you get rid of it. You change it. You fix it. You can't have communities of human people without rules. You cannot put two humans in a room without one trying to domineer the other. Or, you know, take charge. Maybe to use like the less charged version of that. You just can't. You can't have multiple humans in a room without authority being claimed. Especially if it continues to happen. Mr. Rasby says, I saw a Dr. K video on clips and videos can make people pretty divisive. Ah, yes, that makes a lot of sense. Like, don't know who he is, but I might have to check him out. Just kind of like, you know, widen my perspective on, you know, propaganda. I'm always trying to like read up on how people promote and spread propaganda. Mr. Rasby then says, you can have rules and laws like stuff. The difference is how it's imposed. Right. And that imposition is in large part what the difference is between an anarchic principle and true anarchy. Anarchy tends to lend itself towards some type of law after the acute anarchy has been experienced. The question is what kind. Humans are neither pure law nor pure chaos. There's like a resting, there's like a spectrum. Welcome back, Victor. Good to see you. I trust things have been going smooth since the last time we spoke. What's going on? We were just discussing some serious topics, ranging from Hassan Piker to anarchy in the world and so on. User 11 says, Mr. Coin, I'm gonna call it a night. You have the trip to London you talked about at 4 a.m. Good luck with that. I hope you sleep well and rest well. User 11, thank you so much for stopping by. Your company is very much appreciated. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course, but if you can't for whatever reason, or this world keeps us apart, then do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. But yeah, we were just talking the serious stuff. Mr. Rasby says there's a big misunderstanding about what anarchy tends to propose. I try to explain this to my dad all the time. Anarchy as not just pure unfettered chaos. I'm not the Joker from Batman. You know, I have principles. My thing is, I don't think any government right now really fits the definition of just. And so the answer is to remove government. And not everyone's in agreement on that. Mr. Jason says, well, I can't guarantee, Mr. Coin, you like to believe that you're not corruptible. No one is corruptible, Mr. Jason. Especially not in the TCC. You're always humble. As long as you show you're humble, that's good. Usually with qualities, you don't want to profess you have them, because there will always be some instance that someone could maybe point to and say, you're not this. You're not as this as you claim you are. It's better to say you try to be and, you know, cite examples of you trying to be this thing. And people can come to their own conclusions about you. But that phrase does fit in line with what we talked about earlier about both you and Lady Jacinth. I will at least say that. Victor asks, is 13 a good age? What do you mean? For, like, being on the platform? Like, legally, 13 is... like, 13 and up is what is required to be on Twitch. I don't know if I could really answer I can't really answer that question without knowing in what context you're trying to ask. What are we talking about in terms of, you know, being 13? And while that conversation is cooking, Mr. Rasby says, so for example, you can bring up the TCC. Yep, the role structure is not in conflict with anarchy. It's only an issue if a bunch of people are unpleased with the upper, and the upper has the authoritative power to shut them down. Right. structure, expertise, and rules, Mr. Rasby goes on to say, are a requirement in an anarchic society as well. The difference is that people work in more individual self-organized ways and can always drop from the organization and have the tools to remake an organization themselves. It incentivizes following a mutual goal. Yeah, that I wish I could have explained it to my dad that way. I might have to steal some portions of this, if and you don't mind, Mr. Rasby. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, you take pride in your morals and integrity. That's good. Having pride in one's morals is not a bad thing. You know, to say, I know what integrity is not... That, I think, is fine. Saying that you are the definition of integrity is the problem. Is what I would grasp at. Saying that you are the paragon of this or that is not something... It's typically just not something you should aspire to make a claim on. It's better to show it, not say it. Let me go and keep reading. Mr. Rasby says in your discussions club that you're starting, one requirement for yourself is to provide the tools and the methods used is open and a specific procedure. Someone doesn't like how you organize and use it, and you will help them to make their own or provide the knowledge you have, irrespective of those guys being assholes or not. Makes sense. I think that's a good rule to live by. You just also, I hope you've prepared room for people being emotionally irrational. And maybe, you know, if someone doesn't like the way you're doing things, it might not be the way you're doing things, it might be you. It gets kind of cloudy when you're dealing with people regularly. Mr. Jason says in the TC... Oh, that is directed at Mr. Rasby. But, yeah, Mr. Jason is trying to demonstrate that it's not a power they exercise lightly. Mr. Rasby says the people taking decisions need to be the very ones affected by them fundamentally. I agree. Unless people commonly agreed to give that power, that they can always collectively revoke later in all non-emergency situations to have that. Right. I agree. People in Congress, for example, need to be subject to the same healthcare woes that we are. To the same monetary issues that we, the American people, experience. If they did that, they would manage our budget correctly. They would stop torturing us with bad health care. They would get tired of this crap real quick. But I digress. I need to be through pointing envenomed barbs at my government for the time being. Mr. Jason says, you do emphasize that ability after all. Mr. Coin, you can veto the entire board, but only if the conversation is truly awful. Right, and you do give indicators on what that is. And that's fine. You're not like going out of your way to advertise that you have that ability. Emphasis, sure. Advertise, no. You don't make it a topic of conversation. Mr. Rasby says, yes, some people... I apologize. Give me 1 second, guys. I heard a very weird noise. I felt like something just snapped or broke in my chair. It sounded really close, but I don't know. It scared me is what it did. Mr. Rasby says, yes, some people will and definitely do not like you, yet you will help them if they want if they want such a thing, yeah, and that's a good trait to have. You don't take things all that personally. Mr. Resby says, but either way, non-anarchic communities aren't inherently evil either. Like if the TCC has no system in which a situation where you got in a conflict with an upper and other people from the lower end too having conflicts with that person to revoke that power, that's not anarchic and it's not bad. Communities are as great as the people and the connection between them. Exactly. It's all about the individual character of the people in such settings. Anarchy is not inherently better or worse than, you know, having a specific form of government. It's all about administration. It's context sensitive. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, TCC general policy number 1, in terms of staff members, we the TCC operate under a nothing personal policy. And so you do reserve the right to remove that person at any point for any reason from the staff team for any reasons. Nothing personal. People can be removed if the entire board comes to an agreement that it is a necessary action to take. If you think it was a mistake, you could appeal it in the boardroom register area. Right, you've got an avenue. Yeah, we do have an appeals board, which is good. We have mechanisms to address grievances. Wow, I feel like I finally caught up. That was a lot of reading I just did. Not that I didn't enjoy that. I in fact did enjoy it, but you know, we basically spent 10-15 minutes staring at a screen while we were chatting it up, which, you know, in all honesty, if that, you know, that's an experience. You guys come to this place for the experience. But I do try not to do that if I can at all help it. Ooh, can we even get up there that way? I don't think we can. Yeah, we actually cannot do that. We have to do something like this. You have to ascend through the bones. Mr. Resby says you do take it personally and get hurt by it if it's someone who you care about that doesn't like you. After a bunch of thinking it through, you decide to where to make a chance, if anything, if anywhere. You do get affected by people's opinions. You're not a robot, but yeah, you'd like to think you can do it in a healthy manner. I wasn't trying to imply that. My apologies if I did imply that you were robotic. I certainly don't think that. It's just outside looking in. You've got a very steely personality, Mr. Rasby. Your analytical mind masks a lot of that quite well. Is what I'll say about that. At least to me. It's a skill I wish I had. I'm glad that there is some glazing going on in chat. I feel like this kind of conversation always has the potential to get awkward. My goodness. What do they want us to do? Like blow stuff up? Or like drop something from some sort of height? Hold on. I'm thinking that we do that. I can hear it. I can literally hear the bubble frog. Ooh, how do I do? Oh, I know what we do. I think. No, we don't. Where's the explosive? I thought that was an explosive barrel. Let's put that over there. We're going to blow it up. Okay, that doesn't work. We need to put a rock in here is what's gotta happen. This has to be clear, and we have to drop a rock in through here. We need to, like, find a way to do that. I think I know what this wants us to do. And I think it's gotta be circulating it has gotta be just circling back around to the top. And maybe not getting struck by lightning in the meantime. Mr. Jason says you'll always like Mr. Rasby. You were a little unsure at first with all the questions. Yeah, I do too. Skepticism is a trait that I wish people had more of. And I am being, you know, deathly serious about that. Okay, let us... Interesting. Okay, I think I know how we have to tackle this. We need to, like, put this here. And then maybe, try to get up. Come on, Link. Really? Oh, yeah. The range on this is so frustrating. It's like sometimes it's far and other times it's close. It's really quite the exercise in frustration. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, to the best of your knowledge, you already do Mr. Rasby's suggestion. You're not sure of some of the points. Let me take a look. You know, it might take me a minute though. I'm trying to navigate up the cliff here. I need to think on that a bit, Mr. Jason. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna take a snip of this so I can reference it later. I'm gonna need to, like, really parse this. Okay, I've taken 2 snips of that conversation, and I'm gonna need to think about what that means. And we'll kind of go from there. It's probably it may not even be an answer I can give you this stream. This stream, Mr. Jason. I might need to really read over that. Let me scroll back down and catch up on messages. Mr. Rasby says, if you want, you can also give your take how much it's followed. I think I want to leave that up to you, Mr. Rasby, because I think Mr. Jason is asking more so than myself. Mr. Jason says, oh, Oh, Mr. Coin, you just refreshed Reddit, and who appeared? Lady Jacinth, of course. It's someone battled her 8,800 times. Valid. I mean, someone really wants the cash. They want their bag, their Gucci leather bag. And Lady Jacinth is one of the ways I know that you can get that really quick. Assuming you're not getting the Gucci bag already. Mr. Resby says, or rather how anarchic it is in the way that you use the term. Yeah, this is more like a philosophy type question. And it's really going to come down to you know, like what the vision that Mr. Jason has for his Discord. That's like an internal pondering question. Mr. Resby says words can only do so much on what you meant. Right. You either have an intrinsic understanding of some of it or you don't. I can sit there and use words that my dad can make sense of in terms of explaining anarchism, but you know, my dad's a retired U.S. military veteran. To him, that is chaos. To speak of anarchy is to speak of chaos. It does not matter what kind of other more distinctive philosophy comes of that. It's all the same to him. There's no intrinsic understanding of any of that at all. There's only the words I'm using, and if they're only coming from me, well, I'm already in the camp, so I can't really convince him that, you know, there's more meat on the bone than just anarchists want to burn government and, you know, have everyone fend for themselves, like libertarian to the extreme. Like, we want caveman era. That's what it looks like to him. There's no fixing that. There's just not. Mr. Jason says, indeed, Mr. Coin, when you first battle Lady Jacinth, you get 30 luxury balls and 300,000 Poke Dollars. Exactly. Mr. Resby says, well, we can also look at the need. Oh, like the needs of the server, right? To be directly and blunt, Mr. Resby goes on to say, what is the reason behind asking how much is fulfilled? Is it the desire to not mistreat someone? Is it the desire to make the TCC more appealing whenever possible? You can give more points on takes and answers depending on that. Makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I don't really have the creative vision for the TCC. That's a Mr. Jason thing, for sure. I'm more of the... I kind of know what Mr. Jason kind of wants in terms of the vision, but it's not... I don't have an intuitive grasp. I would be like, how do I word this? I would be like I'm like the secretary to, you know, what is it? Tim Cook, I think is his name. You know, the former CEO of Apple. Tim Cook had a vision. No, Steve Jobs. That's his name. Steve Jobs. I kind of know what Steve Jobs, like, the secretary probably knew a bit of what Steve Jobs wanted, but they weren't in Steve Jobs' head. If you get what I'm saying. Mr. Resby says you have nothing against any of them. Fair. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason didn't really require the 300,000 Poke Dollars. Fair. Also fair. Okay. I don't think we have it correct. Maybe this is it right here? No, I do not want to whip out the amiibo functionality. Thank you, video game, but no. Okay, that's not it either. So what do we do? Literally, what do we do? Is this just like meant to show us? You know, Is this sort of meant to show us, you know, what's down there? Okay, and a lot of this is like, you know, people talking at each other, so I tend not to read. I'm not gonna read that out loud. But I'm gonna, like, take a quick eye on it. I'm gonna let that conversation cook a bit more before I read it again. I'm trying to, like, figure this puzzle out and make it work. Okay. Because this is a puzzle, for sure. I'm gonna also make a save. I think I'm overthinking things again. Yeah, I think I'm overthinking things. And it's just, I need to go find the corresponding lower level to this cave. Like, you're not breaking the wood on this. Oh, wait a second. Let's try burning the wood. Okay. Let's try burning 3 clumps of flame at the same time. Mr. Jason says he may not be of much assistance. Well, Mr. Rasby is trying to, like... I guess, how do I word this? I think Mr. Rasby is trying to communicate how anarchism would look in your server. Well, Mr. Rasby's saying it right there. You're just trying to ask a straight question. Ah, yes. Let me ask the question again. Or let me look at the question again. Oh, where does the interest for the level of anarchism come from? I think that was honestly just how the conversation got carried out. We started talking about, like, anarchism in general. And I think I started to explain some individual positions on it. You know, we somehow got on the topic of the TCC. And then after that, things became confusing. Mr. Resby then says, or like the Godfather, asking to conciliate on a mission of how fulfilled that is. That, I'm not sure I can answer. Mr. Resby says you just want to know if you can add anything. In terms of that, not sure. Probably not really. That's not Mr. Jason's style. Like, we're not really community driven. Like there's definitely like upper and lower fixtures, and while there are bridges between the upper and lower ends of the fixture, so to speak, you're not really... No, why this? Why this? Oh, wait a minute. Are we meant to make a ramp out of this and literally do that? We might be. That certainly would be interesting. I'm gonna reload this save and try to work the angle of this, like, ramp that I apparently missed somehow. Yeah, the structure is just very formal, and I think that's just Mr. Jason's style. Not sure there's much to add there. Everything has a Is the difficulty ramping up, Mr. Coin? The difficulty's been ramped for a while. Difficulty ramped up some time ago. Oh, do they literally want us to do this? Hold on. I got a plan. My plan is barrels. Mr. Esby says, well, formality is not in contradiction or having a hierarchy of roles. It's just about who gets the ultimate say. Yeah, I think the ultimate say part is where things aren't really going to work out there. It mostly is what it comes down to. Like, the ideas themselves are one thing, but, in the end, who gets the say and the veto power are kind of Mr. Jason's and Mr. Jason's alone, is the way I understand it. That's like a very not, decidedly not anarchic thing. Just not. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're just kind of, it feels like we're discussing theory, even though we're trying to discuss a straightforward question. This conversation's getting weird. I'm just gonna say it. I've been wondering what the heck this conversation is doing. I'm not sure where we're going. I feel like the streamer, am like driving the plane, and I'm like having to flit in and out of a conversation about, you know, the tenets of anarchy, and then the TCC kind of like jumped in somewhere along the way, and then at some point, you know, we're discussing, oh, would the TCC structure fit well? I feel like I'm on, I feel like I'm not quite 100% sure what I'm even answering now. It's fine. I'm not upset. I'm noting the confusion is what's going on. Mr. Espy says, oh, I'm not saying it should be an anarchic. You just want to clarify that intuitively it feels like it can't be anarchic because there's a director and other roles and stuff. Yes. There's like a stated structure. Yeah, that is very decidedly not anarchic. And that's fine. Mr. Esby says, you're a bit triggered. My bad. No worries. I think that was just a roller coaster of different fixations all getting on full blast. And me, the streamer, me, the entertainer, trying to have to like parse and sift through two different focuses in a conversation at once. Mr. Espy says, which kind of goes back to the beginning, you're not infallible to this. Right, you're right. You're merely explaining that you're just more wired to deal with it, but you're more wired in dealing with the irrational, but you are not immune to being irrational or anything else. You're still human. To put that into simple parlance, we're all human. I might not personally feel like I'm human some days, but I do in fact know that I am human. I wake up, I bleed red blood, I cough, I get sick, I have to eat, I have to rest. And if I don't think about myself, I might forget that I'm in the real world for a minute. That sort of thing. No, I don't want to build explosives. And hold on, what would that look like in, Mr. Jason, would you happen to know, what happens if you put together, a copy of, explosive barrels, using entirely zonite ore? Would they be inert? And not explode? Mr. Esby says it's a pretty important topic to you. That makes sense. Yeah, I could totally see that. Anarchy is important to me too, but not in the same way. And it's not something that, like, there's an instant switch for me and I start talking about it. Definitely not on that level. Mr. Jason says you think they still work. Fair. Mr. Jason says, basically we value all staff and client opinions in the TCC, but only really directors have the say, but staff can give them suggestions. Natalie, the chief executive officer, represents the entire C-suite. Yeah, it's a... Corporations are very much anti-anarchic by design. At this point, I feel like we're more over discussing differences between what anarchy looks like and what non-anarchy looks like. I am a non-anarchic person with anarchic tendencies. If I find rules and laws to be unjust, then I have zero... Nice! Oh, and they explode immediately. There's nothing else. They just explode immediately. Okay.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
What is the deal with this? Okay, I need to know if I'm just like overthinking things. You know what? This whole thing might be a ruse. And we just need to find the corresponding third cave. And I really shouldn't be here yet, but we've already, you know, gone through and you know, we've been problem solving. I think this whole thing is just kind of a crapshoot. That, my fine friends, was the warning for the commercial break. We take those at the top of the hour. I do all the shilling during the first half, so we just explain how the commercial breaks work during the second half. They, at the top of the hour, they last for around 3 minutes. When the timer reaches 0 at the top of the hour, or after the top of the hour, I will have returned to my desk and we can pick up right back where we left off. I highly recommend we all take a break at the same time. You know, stretch, grab a snack, whatever have you. Whatever works for you, really. Because I structure my breaks in such a way that I run the ads on Twitch so we don't get pre-roll. But if we all take a break at the same time, it's kind of like we didn't actually watch ads. You know, we went and did something productive. You see what I'm saying. Mr. Jason says, they only explode immediately if you create the midair, like I found out just now. Then they go on to say, you might need to Google Bona Cave. Bone Cave, yes, apparently. And that is directed at people, so... Well, I mean, hey, it takes all types. It takes all types to make this world go round, yeah? I really, truly think that it does. And, you know, just like there are people that don't mind anarchy and would, in fact, prefer it in some instances, there are some folks that cannot, they just cannot deal with that. Like, it's anathema to them. My dad is one such person sometimes. And really, it's probably the way I'm explaining it to him. It's not to say he's an anarchist or anything. It's more over the we can take Unobo out. We're not using Flightcraft right now. Okay, that's one of them broken. Yeah, it wasn't always a corporation. I think it was just a simple troll, like a troll level server, and then it evolved into a lot more over time. If I'm remembering, you know, A, the quiz, and B, the lore correctly. And really, only Mr. Jason has access to all the lore. Indeed, Mr. Coin. Yeah. Which I think it's, I always like to know the origins of how things were or are. I'm not a history buff. I'm a science buff, but I do like learning about how things work. You can't have science without history. You can't know only about the scientific advancements coming up. You need to know about where the science came from. You know, before before modern genetic theory, you know, at some point, we all thought that humans were externally created through homunculi. We could talk more about that after the commercial break. See you guys then. I am super sorry about that, guys. Nature called, and I had to answer, is what I'll say. And for those that don't know what that means, because I can't expect everyone to, know what I'm talking about. That is my code phrase for I had to go to sit on the porcelain throne. I had to go to the restroom. That is what happened. And I spent longer than I would have cared for, but that is how nature is. We have no control, no real control over our bodily functions. And we do, in fact, have to get rid of them. We do, in fact, have to get rid of the waste in our body at some point. So, in an effort to encode that language in a way that wouldn't necessarily make people go, ugh, why did you say that? I've taken to saying, I answered one of nature's calls. Most people that know what I mean is, most people know what I mean after I've explained it a couple of times. Let me catch up on chat. Make sure there's not a whole bunch of messages that I've missed. Strassby says, well, in your case, Coin, when explaining it... Oh, also I should double check YouTube chat. When explaining it, it's also about the recipient. Hurt people tend to go toward control. So it could be pretty triggering to talk about. Yeah, probably. It brings up the lack of control. Hey, I don't understand this. But it seems there's no control if there are bad actors. Right. That hit a little bit too close to home, not gonna lie. There's also the aspect of if he actually, gives a crap about knowing more about it or not. He's indifferent. He doesn't really care to know more, but he won't refuse a conversation either. My dad can be a strange individual. Still love him, but he can be a strange man. Because when you end up on that topic, I feel like there might be some unmet needs being communicated, even if through a pretty emotional way. Well, I mean, lots of needs are being unmet in the United States of tyranny, is what I'll say about that. Lots of needs are being unmet. And that is as far as I will take that. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. You like to keep the TCC lore locked away in the TCC vault, like the Disney vault. But you will share some TCC lore today, Mr. Coin. Much appreciated. I always like it when people crack out a good lore book, a codex of sorts. Mr. Espy says, also, there's a critical point where if you have enough emotional triggers around and backed up baggage that it's oftentimes genuinely impossible to get your point across or even have a nice talk on certain topics. Too true, Mr. Espy. That crap can be pretty infuriating to deal with. Yeah, it's just, I feel like I'm not quite in shot enough. I think I fixed the camera. Yeah, just US things is what I'll say. Mr. Jason says you randomly found Complex David, your first Super World Champion and the current highest ranked challenger, randomly streaming on Twitch one day, playing Super Mario Maker 2. You got into chat, asked him if he wanted to play a level of yours, and since then he joined the TCC and has gone through, since the TCC is closed, the whole load of BS that you threw at him. Bonus fact, Complex David holds the most roles as Yeah, I can clearly see that. I've looked at the Discord. He has a lot. I don't remember the roles, but I do, or all of the roles, but I do know he has a lot of them. I just didn't know the most of them. Let's see. That is in reference to Mr. Jason. Yeah, like corporations are efficient. Corporations are efficient, but if you don't keep the human soul in them, what you end up with is a soulless machine that only seeks to extract value from every last drop of your desiccated husk. And that's Really, that really grinds my gears. I don't like that. Mr. Jason says, all hail King Coin. I'm not a king and I do not want to be. Especially coming off of the certain protests that will probably not be named or Twitch will get into a lot of trouble. TM. If you know, you know. And if not, Google is your friend. You will find out more. Mr. Rasby says, hold up. All good, Coin. Maybe we can increase the break time to adjust for, well, the natural time it takes to take breaks. Well, I usually take 3-minute breaks. The issue is just I also, you know, had a restroom call I couldn't ignore. And I ended up being out a lot longer for that reason. You personally can't imagine taking a break smaller than 3 to 5 minutes. That's why I play 3-minute ads is for the 3-minute breaks. I could play a shorter amount of ads, but then you guys are left with, well, staring at screens like this, and the game doesn't always give you ambient noise either. I have nothing. It's just silence. It's bad. So I've stretched out the I tried to stretch out the breaks. I know nobody likes 3-minute ads. I'm really keenly aware of that. It's just the best balance I have. Because I don't have enough time to stretch my legs on 1.5 minutes. I don't. And people were around when the breaks were shorter. Or when they were 5 minutes with less ads. It's just tough to find a balance that works for everyone and for me. And that isn't going to result in, ooh, Twitch streamer trying to get his bag, saddling us up for 3-minute ads. Sir and or ma'am, I literally structured the breaks so that you don't have to watch the ads. You could actually just like walk away for 3 minutes. You could put the phone down, Karen, and do something else you actually want to do. But okay, because there's all kinds of crazy discourse about this on Reddit, on social media. Like, oh, should it be multiple small 30-second ads, medium-sized 1.5-minute ads, you know, every half hour? Should it be, oh, I don't know, 3, 5, or 7 minutes worth of ads every hour instead? Like, there's no happy medium. It's by design. Twitch, it literally has it set up this way to treat Twitch like a TV station instead of the internet, which is what we're on. I would argue that the way that the ads are set up is actually worse than cable TV. So it's a catch-22. We can either subject you guys to a really shitty experience and no one will watch, or we can put out ads that people will not watch anyway. Or, you know, they can do not. I think I just said the cases in reverse, but yeah, I also don't like the idea that we have to. How do I word this? I hate shilling to say, oh, you don't want to miss out on content? You know, subscribe. I know literally every Twitch streamer does that. I know every YouTube partner has something similar. You know, and people on Kick with packages have stuff for that. But Twitch is like the only spot where I feel like people are literally subbing just to not have a subpar experience, or else paying for Twitch Turbo at 3 times the rate. It's really, really bad. Sorry, I've gotten on a soapbox about ads. I need to get off that soapbox or I'm going to be here all night. As Mr. Rasby's sentiment about Tears of the Kingdom, am I right? Is. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, the 3-minute ad is good. You're saying if you want to take a nice break, you might want to take 10 minutes or 4 minutes or up to 10, but could come back earlier. I know some people that do that. You know, I used to know a guy, his name was Stay Plus. He literally took an 1.5-hour break. He streamed for like multiple hours a day, like 8 or 6, and would often have the dinner roll where he'd have like some track playing. He'd go walk dog, have dinner, hang out with family, and then come back and continue to stream. I don't know if an hour and a half was necessarily a good idea, but yeah, it was kind of like it was a really long stream. I don't think people would sign up for that. No offense. Mr. Esby says, yes. I thought my 45-minute breaks were long. Well, it's if you tell people that this is what the structure is, like Stay Plus made it clear, like, yeah, I stream for a long time, you know, and with my schedule, I have to break it up this way. People understood. And he was generally an entertaining enough man that until he got his job and basically disappeared off the face of the internet, you know, people stayed around for that. They did. They actually walked away for an hour and a half and came back. Mr. Jason said, oh, no, that is directed at Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you just messaged Complex David and said you're reminiscing. We've come so far. You still remember when you randomly found them streaming SMM2, and then they tried one of your levels, joined your Discord, and then played through all of the BS, and he said, time flies. And you replied, when you're not having fun. Troll levels are truly some of the most masochistic things out there. It's like watching a challenge run for Dark Souls or Elden Ring. It's literally the only place that I know of, or the only kind of content in existence where people literally sign up for they literally sign up to have bad things happen to them, and they enjoy it. It's like watching someone do a like a Sean Evans, it's not First We Feast, Hot Ones, like, challenge, or where they go through, like, the 10 layers of hot sauce hell, and at the end, they come out with content, aplenty, or, you know, the one chip challenge, where people torture themselves and either make bank or have a good time off of it. SMM2 and troll levels are kind of like the same shtick. You sign up for a certain circle of hell. And that's just kind of how it is. Did we... I snapped a picture of this, right? I did. Okay. We're going to... Nope, wrong one. Well, that's a shame. That's a super shame. I just blocked off the, shield. Can't have that. Whoopsie. Gotta use that one. Okay, why are we here? I guess we're here to just discover the other end of this cave, I think. Okay, cool. After all of that, you know, fuss, we finally, got that solved. Stressby says, hey, what nice weather we have. It's been raining. Yes, it's super nice weather. Wouldn't you agree? How about that much anticipated sport, though, eh? Says Mr. Rasby. Mr. Jason says, he said LOL. Fair. At least he's having a good laugh about it. What are you sad about, Mr. Jason? Indeed. What the rain will end. The rain indeed will end, but so will the sun. Ah, at the end of all things, when the fires fade, only dark will remain. To quote a certain game from the Soulsborne franchise, if you know which one, you know. If not, I'll be more than happy to say in a few minutes. Mr. Jason says, many years ago you found Mr. I will complete all of your levels in a single stream guy. You've not seen him since. Oh, poor dude. Poor dude. Yeah. That's not happening. That is just not happening. Sorry to be him, but that is not happening. There are too many levels. Mr. Jason says he's quite infamous in the TCC. Yeah, there are too many TCC levels. No. I hope that illusion has since been shattered. Mr. Rasby says there must be necessarily one day where it'll be literally the very last time you see every single object in front of you. Wow, that's yeah, that's quite the macabre thought to leave on, huh? That's wow, that is existential. But that's right up Mr. Rasby's wheelhouse. So that checks. That makes a lot of sense. Let me go up here. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you don't usually remember many things that happened in the past. Fair. Super fair. Let me go over... Is it here? I'm looking for a structure. It's right here. It's literally right there. We're kind of like making a bit of a spiral shape with this. We can go here. Is that it right there? Yeah, it sure is. It's a little lip thing here. And then the last one, before we mark things. Oh, that's a tent. Okay. Where is this Korok? Literally right down there along the path. Okay. Got it. Right over there. Let's get going. Where was I? But one thing that you remember vividly was this one streamer playing SMM2 with the title Elite Gamer Man Plays SMM2. You thought, sounds like someone has an ego and isn't a troll level creator. I can't let that slide. So you sent them one of the levels and you've not seen them stream SMM2 since. Oh yeah, troll levels completely go counter against the logic that that normal SMM2 levels provide. Alan says, did you fall out of heaven because your face is really... No, I did not. I cut my hair. That's what happened. I got my hair cut at a... I got my hair cut... Oh, God, the floof on that is awful. Yeah, I got my hair cut today. Greetings, Alan. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. In both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. We've exploded a few things today, mostly likes, and like the occasional bit of floor paneling in vain, but we have been exploding things today. Mr. Resby says, I don't remember many things, but you still remember the one streamer friend. Oh, is that... Wait a sec. Oh, that's in reply to Mr. Jason. Never mind. Alan says, what up? Oh God, do I do that voice? No, I don't have the quote in front of me. I wouldn't know how. I could get the voice. I can't get the quote though. Oh, hello. What's up, Mr. Raspy? Did you know Jason has a friend that streams and has 400,000 points on his stream? That's so wild. I thought you want to know. You're very impressed by it. Alan says, like the cut. Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel better. No mullet, most importantly. And I even managed to, spend a little bit extra and get my beard done all nice. It's nice when, stylists do that. It's awesome. I mean, I too am impressed that even I don't spend as much time on Twitch as Mr. Jason does. That's fair. Where is the Gail Decarios, beard stroke gif? I feel like that's what I have this many channel points on this streamer's channel is like, it's the beard stroke. Mr. Mr. Resby says, oh, right. Mr. Rasby says, I love doing that what's up voice. I'm sure I mangled it, but that's kind of the point. Mr. Jason has a friend who streams and has freaking 400,000 points there. Isn't that insane? Are we doing the fact inception? I think that's what's happening. Mr. Rasby says, you just took a moment to ponder to make sure I could properly grasp. 400,000 of something is huge. Aelin says, damn, get a life, bro. Touch some grass. Oh my god. Raked over the hot coals for checks notes, not touching grass. For reference, Mr. Rasby's been watching Coin for 9 years and you only have 100,000. Ignore that channel points literally didn't exist 4 years ago. Too true. Too true. Channel points are a semi-recent thing in history. I don't know. I mean, I've had some time to play with it. I just don't know how to feel about them. I think they're cool, right? But part of me wonders if it's not like floof for no reason. Aelin says you have 20k, almost 21k. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. I like it when people have lots of channel points. Oh, hello, Mr. Acorn. On one hand, I like being able to have things that people can use and like contribute to the stream on, even if I'm like the one that made them, right? I don't have time to like press all that, and I don't want to press my soundboard stuff all the time. It's nice that other people can contribute to that. At the same time, though, it does kind of feel like in the advent of all of Twitch's controversies and like just huge company mismanagement, it really does just feel like floof for no reason. Sir Jason says, I do love when Mr. Rasby reminds Mr. Coin. Too true. Hey, I forget things. I'm human. That's the only one. That's one of the few ways I have to verify I'm human. I forget things. Mr. Jason says you have 75.9k. 75.9k, almost 80k. Mr. Resby says, I can tell you how to feel about channel points. Kappa, here's how it feels to chew 5 gum. That's what I got to say about that. Alan says, so we could do like this? Yeah, with the sex redemption, which I think people genuinely enjoy. I do too, for the record. Sir Rasby says, I have 500,000 channel point. Oh, also I did not mark this off the map, but I need to do that. You have 500,000 channel points on a stream where you've watched for literally more than you gained, and you have like 2 hours there. 2,000 hours there, I should say. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a long time. That's more than I've gamed in my lifetime, probably. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin. Oh, did you know that Mr. Rasby, as a streamer, has infinite channel points in Mr. Rasby's channel? That is, in fact, an amazing fact. Indeed. Indeed. Everyone has infinite channel points on their channel. And they can have like 50 rewards to spam whatever the hell they want. Stressby says, jokes aside, 400,000, is it actually a super high amount? It is actually a super high amount. It is. I would agree with that. That's a lot of points. You know, that's really only possible with either oodles of time or, you know, tier 3 subscription makes it less oodles of time because it'll double the base rate is what it does. And even then, that person's probably pouring out gift subs or is attending raids. I mean, we all could use some grass touching around here, Aelin, I think. Mr. Jason says, oh, I already read that. Aelin says, I do love sex. That is an awful time for a new individual to stop, or a returning individual to stop by. Welcome on in, Mr. Klebus. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Would someone please give Mr. Klebus a shout out? He is a wonderful content creator. How have your streams and life in general been, good sir? If and you don't mind my asking, Mr. Klebus. But I'm doing okay. I'm doing better. A lot better. Thank you for asking. What is that god-awful smell? Oh, I think I know what it is. I'm not going to comment on it. Mr. Resby says, ah, yes. Well, it is a pretty relatable stance, Kappa. I feel like I'm doing more talking and less playing, which absolutely has to change. I'm really bad at this, I should say. I'm really bad at that. If I set up a just chatting, I'm sure people would stop by. I really think I could probably end up doing that. Aelin says, we all love sex. Not everyone. There are, asexual people that don't much care for it. But I get your point. I think we all love the channel redemption at the very least. If that was what that was directed at, then the answer is yes. Mr. Klebus has just came back home from the gym. Nice. Did you enjoy your workout? Mr. Klebus says, life has been pretty good, actually. As for streams, depends on the game. Fair. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, did you know that Mr. Jason truly thinks that Mr. Coin is amazing? I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Thank you. And you're welcome, Mr. Klebus. No problem. Mr. Klebus says, STDs are also fun. Bad joke. It's STDs are like pills, okay? They're like pills. You can get a random box of them from people. Some people can have multiple, and they can come in a variety of different colors and different acronyms. And you can even get the 2-for-1 special of requiring a medley of pills for the rest of your life. Isn't that just fantastic? They're like Pokemon, except you don't want to catch them. Fantastic. Mr. Rasby says, I dated a woman once who happened to be asexual and she didn't know it was a date. R.I.P. Okay, there are some things being referenced. I mean, it's a bad joke, but it is also a good joke. STDs are fun, in quotes. I would sing the SpongeBob thing, but I do not know what the words are, so that's not happening. Look up, insert SpongeBob F is for friend meme here, is what I'll say to that. I really appreciate all this glazing you're doing, Mr. Jason. I really, really do. But at the same time, that joke is getting to be a little bit worn out, don't you think? Just a smidge. Just a hair. Who hit me? Ah, you're over there. Get out of here. But, thank you very much, Mr. Jason. Makes notes. Indeed. Since I asked how the streams are going, to you, Mr. Klebus, I should probably, hello, what the heck? Oh, it probably flowed downstream, didn't it? Oh, it went over here and hasn't moved. Okay, cool. Streams have been going pretty much the same. you know, working towards completing Tears of the Kingdom. We've made it to beyond the halfway point, so we only have 1 or 2 sages left to get. As you can see underneath me, I've got a counter for how many Koroks I've collected, and we've got only 100 and after I get this one, of course, 140 of them, or 160 of them left to get, which I think is just truly fantastic. And I'm looking forward to the day that I can remove that counter from my screen. The Korok counter, that is. Alan says, bro is glazing harder than Krispy Kreme. And Krispy Kreme can glaze donuts a lot. Too true. 1. Whoops. 2. 3. Yeah, and also I've incorporated a new jokes and pun counter as of recently, like within like the past couple of months. I think it's been a smash hit with the audience. I think people really enjoy it. If the count of 77 amongst my very small stream is to be believed. Mr. Clavis says the Game Awards next week. I'm gonna be honest. I've lost track of the Game Awards. How are they shaping up, if you don't mind my asking, Mr. Clavis? Mr. Clavis says, so what are people excited for? Oh, Unobo, buddy, I forgot to dismiss you. We literally can't be doing that. I would say Metroid Prime 4. Well, okay, the Game Awards are for existing games. Yeah, Claire Obscure. I had to sit and think on it a minute, but, yeah, Claire Obscure is probably going to be the game that wins the awards. It is the game that everyone has been constantly talking about. And if Baldur's Gate 3 could win the last game awards, then I think it's pretty reasonable that, another, turn-based, RPG could win it. I think people are over the fancy graphics equals Game of the Year awards. I think people are over that. And I think the panel of judges at the Game of the Year award may, assuming that Claire Obscure does in fact win, will finally start to get that through their noggins as well. But I'm not too much excited for the Game Awards themselves. Mr. Klebus says Half-Life 3 Kappa. Too true. And yeah, Claire Obscure is most likely going to win. I do agree with that take. Hold on, I need to make sure I'm not missing things. I'm not sure what the "we do" is in reference to, but that might be for a previous sentence. Let me keep going. Alan says you're excited for this Saturday. Ooh, you have an audition for a music festival? Nice, nice. What instrument, if you don't mind my asking, Alan? That's always fun to talk about. Mr. Jason says, I really do wish the amazing Mr. User 11 on their legendary quest to find the 15 other people. Ah, yes, that's another development. People are mainly one person is gearing up to try to find 15 people to queue up the hat redemption reward on my channel to make me wear it the whole stream. So that's been a fun thing I've been watching kind of develop over time. Alan says your vocal cords. Oh, you're gonna sing, huh? That's cool. What are you singing, an original piece, or do you have a song in mind? I'm just curious. If you don't want to talk about it, that's also cool too. That's up to you. Mr. Kleba says possible Shenmue 4 announcement at TGA. I'm not super familiar with the Shenmue series, but I have heard a lot of people like it. It's kind of a, it's kind of a cult classic game. If you know it, if you have like a taste for the series, you'll enjoy it. And once you get inducted to it, you kind of know right away if you do or don't like it. It's time to put on parts of the frog suit. Go from there. Mr. Jason says, regardless of people's opinions on the Game Awards, there are some key announcements that can be made. Too true. That spelling of key is weird, but I'm sure it's for a reference. Alan says it's for a choir. So they have a set song you have to sing. Okay. That's making a lot of sense. You got in last year and it was pretty easy. Nice. Well, good luck. Joff Haley, the host, Mr. Coin. That would be why I didn't precisely get it. I didn't know who the announcer or the host was going to be. Yeah, the pun makes a bit more sense to me now. Let me take a quick look at the Game Awards, actually. I need to see who, like, the possible, like, venue targets are. Whoa, I did not mean to type all that, phone. Okay, so according to a Reddit page that I found, Exodus, Neon Giants Project Impact, Control Resonant, Death Stranding 2, On the Beach, Silent Hill Remake, the Prince of Persia Sands of Time Remake. Oh, that one I might be interested in. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, Pragmata, that sounds original. Onimusha, excuse me. I don't know why I shouldn't have lengthened the A like I did. The Duskblood Project FMC. Oh, the Duskbloods have been something I've kept like a minor eye on. I know that's like a FromSoft project, but it's like a really small eye on it. And Resident Evil Requiem. Well, there are a couple of these that I'm now moderately interested in. But not too much beyond that. Alan says thanks, and fun fact, don't say break a leg to a singer, it's superstition. Gotcha. Okay, don't say that. I will tuck that away in my nugget. I believe you say break a leg to an actor, or like a talent agent. I don't believe you say that to a singer, if I'm remembering the superstition correctly. Mr. Jason says I'd love for them to announce an Elden Ring maker for reasons. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from there's nothing stopping anyone from making a really screwed up set of unfair, difficult things in Elden Ring. There is a nice Korok count, by the way. I just wanted to point that out. It's called Elden Ring: The Ascension. That's the name of an overhaul mod that has quite a bit of history. It is usually the first mod of its kind to be released for a FromSoft game, and what it essentially does is it makes things unfair. multiple like bosses spawning out in the open field. Level ups take longer. The enemies are more difficult. Sometimes your iframes get messed with. I can actually like point you to that, Mr. Jason. Give me 1 second. Stream might get crunchy for a second. Here, you can take a look at that at your leisure, and that contains some of the most devious of modifications to Elden Ring known to man. And it is also based off of, it's part of the long-standing series of Ascended mods for the Soulsborne series. There was one for 3, I believe there's one for 2, and one for 1. You know, the titles that are on PC. Notably, there's not a Bloodborne Ascended, but that would make some sense because Bloodborne is still PlayStation exclusive, and I am totally not upset about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Really, truly, I don't. Also, I've not been tracking stuff on my map, and I need to fix that. Mr. Esby says, "Oi, was AFK. You heard Coin speaking weird?" Yeah, everything is fine. I was talking about how unfair it was that Bloodborne is still a PlayStation exclusive. Yeah, everything is fine. I was being dramatic. Alan says, "Anywho, I refuse to finish one of these streams, so bye." Fair enough. Mr. Jason is also going to head off very well to both of you. Your company is greatly appreciated to both Alan and Mr. Jason. Do rest well and take care of your... do rest well and be well, my lovely senators. I hope to see you sooner rather than later, of course. But if not, for whatever reason, you know, I don't see you again. Do take care of yourselves and stay safe out there. And with that, I'm going to continue reading. I take Klebus, if you're still here by chance, I take it the Shenmue 4 announcement, the possible Shenmue 4 announcement, is kind of something you've been keeping an eye on. Since you've been following a bit more closely than I have, of course. Mr. Rasby says, Sony stroke. A little bit, yes. I just don't find, I still just don't understand what Sony's deal with making deal is with, you know, Bloodborne exclusivity. Like, they're just holding on to it for no reason. No reason whatsoever. Okay, we would pop out at a weird angle, so it's gotta be like up here. I'm either gonna have to put on the frog suit or I'm gonna have to wait. Mr. Klebus says, nah, not really, just seeing the leaks. Fair enough. And then Mr. Klebus goes on to say, Bloodborne will return on PlayStation 6 launch. Just watch it. There can't be a PS6 launch. That seems so... I guess it wouldn't be the first time. I'm old, man. I am so old. Oh my goodness. I remember when I was a fresh, you know, bushy-tailed lad, you know, awaiting PlayStation 3 and like Xbox One. Oh God, that much time really has come to pass, hasn't it? Mr. Jason says the PlayStation 6 would be cool, but you might wait for the 0.9 revision. Ah, yes! The glitch edition. clearly. I'll consider watching TGA. I don't usually watch that stuff, but usually when the TGA occurs, it's like late. I've been going to bed at 6 in the evening lately. I've just been so bushwhacked and so tired, it's not funny. I don't know why. And of course, I don't usually really end up going to bed until about 9. But I at least try to hit the sack at 6. Like, right after dinner. Maybe there's some hypothyroidism at play. Who knows? Mr. Kaleba says you're probably going to get the PS6 handheld. Okay. Interesting. Okay, we've got that one. Mr. Jason says also, Mr. Coin, facts, the Sony PlayStation 3 had 3 GTA games, and GTA 5 had 3 Sony PlayStations. Yeah, those were the days when you could have, you know, games on... When you can have games running concurrently on multiple platforms, and you didn't need to constantly sell the biggest, brightest, shiniest thing in the room. You really didn't need to do that. It's... Oh, gaming is in such a dark place. It's in such a dismal place. Like, indie games are doing well. Like, indie developers are eating well as long as the ideas are halfway executed well. AAA is generally on a downswing. And governments are really not in the mood to give video games grant money for, like, development purposes. Sony is also generally eating well, too. So, like, console companies are sometimes eating well. Nintendo, despite their continued controversies, have also generally eaten well. So, like, if you're a non-American company, you are eating well. You know, rest in peace, Microsoft Gaming. Mr. Klebus says, Sony seems to be eating also well, generally, in gaming business. Yeah, that's certainly true. Mr. Jason says, yes, Mr. Coin. I remember that Hollow Knight Silk Song's price shocked the industry, and for the better. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that Silk Song was priced 20. And, you know, it's really irritating that the devs are getting chewed out for wanting to provide a halfway decent price to their audience for the experience. God forbid they actually don't, you know, scrape infinite amounts of profit for their game. I can't with corporations today sometimes. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that worked. I was so sure that was not gonna work. I was super sure that was not gonna work. That, like, I either make it with lots of time to spare, you know, with a little time to spare, or not at all. Oh, I think that's the first time that a ring has officially, like, had the sound of, oh, you need to try again. And I get it. That's, chef's kiss. Perfect. Just perfect. Couldn't do that again if I tried. I probably couldn't engineer such a thing to happen. In the interest of, like, wanting to, you know, wrap up as we continue our gaming, Mr. Klebus says, USA, can you remove the orange turd? Yes. I, too, would like to, encourage the United States to, flush the turd down the toilet by invoking the 25th. But that's not gonna happen. Like, that's not gonna happen at all. Like, guaranteed. I feel imprisoned. And, you know, without literally, like, accumulating $20,000, I just don't think I have a chance of going literally anywhere else. I've even had, you know, people on stream offer me a place to stay in the event that I do get to leave. I struggle to hold tears back because, you know, anti-immigrant sentiment in countries is just really high right now. It's not just the US. The US is acute. It is particularly acute, but it is not the only place where sentiment is. Heck, even especially in regard to where am I trying to go? It's right here. No, I already. Oh, I marked one of these, 2 of these, and didn't mark them off on my map. Mr. Klebus says Estonia is always pretty harsh with immigrants. I get it. So is Denmark. Yeah, no, it's Switzerland. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I'm thinking of. Mr. Klebus then goes on to say, but if documentation is good, you'll get a visa. I hear... So, here's what's going to happen, and I can already kind of feel it. I can maybe feel is the wrong word. Anticipate. There we go. So I'll get a visa. I'll eventually get a passport, and I can begin the earnest filing process for a visa, right? And there's a law there is a law that is being championed by a U.S. senator right now. I'm pretty sure it's a U.S. senator. It could be a House rep. And it's the putting an end to the dual citizenship. Like dual citizenship in the U.S., you gotta kind of have to pick one, which is complicated. On one hand, I don't think it should really affect regular citizens. On the other hand, you know, I'll be happy if we don't have dual citizens in U.S. office. I think that's just generally not good for the country. It's just not. And people are would be given a year under that particular law to figure it out. You know, are you a U.S. citizen or aren't you? And I think what that law fails to take into account, I actually hope it gets passed, for the record. Republican is championing it. I think it makes some amount of sense. But here's the problem. To leave the U.S. as a citizen, currently right now, if I wanted to renounce U.S. citizenship, I could do that with a lengthy paperwork process and $2,300. You can't even file to be an expat if you are not. If you do not make money. Wow. Uncle Sam is greedy. And this isn't new to the Trump administration, I should say. That's been a thing for over like 50, 60 years. We've always had a fee to leave membership. It's really cruddy. Because in my mind, if this person doesn't want to be a citizen, I don't want to keep them here longer than necessary. If I were a government official, that would be the exact process in my mind. Is I don't want these people, you know, being stuck here, discontent in a land they don't like. I want them gone, and they want to be gone. So let them be gone, you know, through whatever means necessary. And if they want to leave and need help, I'll give it to them. I would rather them be able to leave and live a prosperous life. It's called having some humanity. But this law, like right now, it's just in the campaigning stages. But given just the isolationist sentiment that is in the US right now, it wouldn't be that far-fetched for it to be taken up to a vote. Now, do I expect it to pass in its current all or nothing form? No. I expect there to be exceptions. And that would really just, you know, take the wind out of the sails of such a law. I think so. I think that would really make the hypocrisy quite blatant, but that's neither here nor there. But if it does pass, it would be the first time that we have passed not just I shouldn't call it an anti-immigration law, because that's not what it is. It would be the first time we have fundamentally changed stances on who can and can't be here long term. Not who can or can't visit, that's immigration, but like who can live here. We haven't touched that yet. We've touched it in an illegal capacity. This law will be the first in a legal capacity where the US says, okay, no, you have to pick. Here or there. Like, we don't abide by traitors or foreign nationalists in our mix. This would be the first time the US would have publicly taken such a stance. I'm gonna keep trying. I've not given up. I've not given up, no matter how close I come to that. I'm not going to give the devil or this rotten world the satisfaction of having had put me in the grave. I have a warrior spirit, and I intend to exhibit it. I intend to show it and display it. And without just like going on random diatribes, I think this is, well, I'll leave us off with this. I think the time for immigrating to countries to escape is going to come to a close. I think that's going to come to a close soon. And I think we're soon going to be at the point in multiple countries, not just the US or Israel or Ukraine or Russia or China, but also places like the UK or, Ethiopia. I think we're going to have a mass referendum on how government is going to work and how citizens want their government to behave. I think there's going to be a general uprising. I really, truly do. And there's going to be some push to reverse like how things are currently going. Even if we're doomed as a species, I think we're going to attempt to try to change things for the better. It's just going to take sacrifice. A lot of sacrifices, both in blood and in spirit. And if you're in your country and things are looking not particularly good, consider fighting instead. Consider fighting for what you believe in. Either through votes, if your country operates that way, or through the public resistance you are allowed to display, or by finding like-minded people to go cohabitate with. Do something. Find people that you can feel kinship with. That is the closest thing to resistance you can get while still being peaceful about it these days, it seems. My name is Coinstamp, everybody. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And as I like to say on my channel sometimes, we don't only talk about funny stuff here. Yes, we have jokes and puns and there are spinsters, but we also talk about, we also talk about the serious stuff. Like, we're getting to a point where we get into the real world to escape the internet, because of how dire things are in today's era. You guys have been wonderful. As always, you're the best and brightest part of my day. I wake up pretty much every day, and although I don't always outwardly express it, in a way that is noticeable and obvious, I do enjoy, you know, turning on the camera for 4 hours and streaming. I enjoy turning on my recording equipment and making videos for you. I enjoy that. You guys give me an outlet to express myself where I would otherwise be truly alone and be unable to express these things. Now, I mean, I can hop into people's streams at points and talk, but it's different when it's my soapbox. I hope people get what I'm trying to say here. It's a little bit different when, you know, it's my own curated platform. Do rest well and take care of yourselves and stay safe out there, my lovely senators. You're welcome amongst any of my hallowed halls anytime. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do for my channels. I will not say more than that. I'll see you guys next time because I've got dinner to go catch. And with that, goodbye.